fuck's sake. Oh, for God's sake. How annoying. I'm useless with technology. I'm useless. So yeah, 50 seconds. You can't hear the music at the moment. So when we go live, I'm going to play some music for you. And it's just to get into the swing of this evening. So yeah, 30 seconds. Won't be long. Hello, Lisa. Hello, Danny. Hello, Matt. Hello, RJ. Hello, Rich. Hello, Sarko's Mrs. Hello, Eyes on the Audit. Hello, The Blunt Crusader. Hello, Neil. Hello, LSP. Hello, Catherine. Hello, Peter. Hello, Linda. Hello, Bumblebee. Hello, Billy. Hello, Nightbot. Oh, hang on a minute. Hello, Chris. Hello, everybody. And away we go. Right. I'm not even going to talk apart from to say this. I'm not even going to talk. I'm going to play you some music. And you should be able to hear it because Holly did earlier. So let's hope it bloody well works. Can you hear that? No, you can't hear it. What's going on? Oh, this is really annoying. How comes you heard it earlier, Holly, and now nobody can hear it? What have you done, Holly? What have you done to this? Oh, this is so annoying. This is so annoying. Okay. Only one other way I can do it. Only one other way I can do it. And that is... Let me try again. Okay. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear this. Seriously? You seriously can't hear that? What the fuck is going on with this? Do you know what? I get to the point sometimes I just think, why do I fucking bother? Cheers, Furk you. Now Furk off. Oh, this is really pissing me off. Right, StreamYard is sharing your screen. Yes, so fucking stop being a fucking knob and play it. Right. Right, try something else. Probably won't fucking work either, knowing my luck. Oh no, what are you doing, you knob? Why are you doing that? Display capture, yeah. So fucking let me pick a fucking thing to capture. Right. Right. Okay. Can you still hear me? Can you still hear me? Yeah. Okay. Can you hear this? Try again. Ah, fucking, what is going on with this bollocks thing? I'm getting really pissed off with this now, to be honest. It really does fucking piss me right off. There is no fucking reason for that not to be coming through. Right. There's no fucking reason for it not to be coming through. So I don't know what the fuck's going on with it. It's going through the input and that should be coming out the other side. Fuck it, I give up on this wanky thing. I do, genuinely. I give up on this fucking wanky piece of shit computer and StreamYards and fucking YouTube and everything else. It's bollocks. It's fucking wank. I mean, again, look, last week I played music at the start and I've not changed a fucking single setting. And now it wants to fuck me about like this. Fuck it. Let's move on. No, it's not copyright. It's a mix. It's somebody's personal mix. It's okay. It plays. It's just this fucking piece of shit that I'm doing it on. Absolutely no reason for it not to be coming through. Have I tried hitting it? I haven't tried. I've thought about it several times. So now it's pissing. Now it's playing in my ear. It's pissing me off because I hate things not working, and it fucking bugs me. Right. Now it's thrown me off. It's thrown me off anyway. It's thrown me off my fucking off my whatever. I don't even fucking know. So that means, so if that's not coming through, then the fucking Skype might not even work now. Right. I'm fucking lost. I'm lost. Fucking piece of fucking shit. Anyway, so this is what happens. You see, when you report on things like I report on, and it's not like Mr. Beast, is it? It's not like his kind of content that is evergreen. When I put a video out, after a few days, it's irrelevant. Whereas stuff like what Mr. Beast does is evergreen. You can go back and watch that in a year's time, and it'll still be interesting to some people, which makes monetization, although videos do get monetized, it means the monetization isn't very good. So it means I don't earn enough to be able to pay some fucker to come in and do it. So I have to try and do it all myself. And when you have as little time as I do and brain farts like I do, it becomes very fucking difficult. So yeah. Okay, right. Do us a favour. Tell me if you can hear this, please, people. Hold on. Right. Can you hear this? Did you hear that? You did. So there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to hear what I was playing. There's absolutely no reason for it. I'm one of these people that gets really pissed off when things don't work properly, because I hate not being able to do something, and it really bugs the shit out of me. I don't get it. Anyway, I'm going to have a fucking cigarette now because it's pissing me off. No, I'm doing it the same way as I've done it earlier, Lost Souls, when we tested it earlier. Doing it exactly the same way. Has it been vaccinated and boosted? It might have been. So you 100% can't hear this. That. No, okay, fuck it, I give up then. I give up. And it would have been really funny as well. That's the unfortunate thing about it. It would have been really funny. But fuck it. Give Crinks a ring. Yeah, Crinkle a ring. Fuck off. I'm really not in the mood for somebody like that tonight either. I can assure you of that. Voice meters on. I've said it. I've started it up in the steps that I need to start it up to get it working. We tested it. I do this every week. I test with Lost Souls Paranormal. I send her a link. We go into a private StreamYard. I make sure that everything's working. She can hear everything her end, and she could. And now I'm doing it, and it's just going to shit, which is, just fucking story of my bastard life. Anyway. Yes, I've heard Crinkle. I heard or saw lots of notifications coming out of Simon's chat today about Crinkle yesterday. Lots of people were confused about what he was. Fucking hell. Anyway, because the music ain't gonna work, and I was kind of relying on that to waste 5 minutes worth of time. Not to waste 5 minutes of time, but just to, for a bit of fun, have a bit of a laugh. Because that's gone to shit, I'm just going to go straight to the phone lines and say, fuck it. Let's get some calls going. So, he had Daddy Dragon on earlier. What? Crinkle did? Crinkle had Daddy Dragon on. I bet that was interesting. Oh, by the way, still got my teeth, just so everybody knows. I went to the dentist, as you've probably guessed, because there has been videos since. I went to the dentist. She turned around and said to me, look, if it hasn't flared up, if your gums haven't flared up recently, then we'll give it a bit longer before we whip them out. So thankfully, I still have them for now. Anyway, let's get fucking moving. Let's get something happening, because that's why you're here. You're not here to listen to me moaning that things ain't fucking working. So let's get it on. 01519285959. See, I can't even talk properly. 01515289590. If you want to phone up, as it says on the screen, share a story, whistle blow, talk shit, call me names. I don't care. Bring it on. Let's have some calls. And let's get rid of that as well. So lines are open. If you've got Skype, a Skype account, you can just search for Dan Papp, and that will be me.
Lines are open.
Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Good evening, Dan. How you doing?
I recognise that voice. Who's that?
It's Glyn from the Isle of Sheppey.
Glyn, hey, I fucking knew I knew the voice from somewhere. Sorry, mate. I still have trouble remembering things, so my apologies.
That's right, mate. I'm the same. Someone will tell me something, and 5 minutes later, I'll turn around and go, fuck, what did they just tell me?
Yeah.
I'm like, hang on a minute. I think it's an age thing, I think.
Yeah, speak for yourself.
I meet someone new, they say, oh, hello, my name's Peter or whatever like that. And 2 minutes later, I turn around and go, I've forgotten his name.
Yeah.
And it's so embarrassing. You're like, excuse me, mate. Oh, yeah. You're like, oh, bloody hell. Anyway, how have we been doing this week?
Not so bad, mate. Not so bad. Busy, as you probably noticed, all the videos going out.
Yeah, I have. Yeah. It's been quite interesting this week. There's quite a bit of stuff going on. Yeah.
Bit of a non-stop. I mean, it's that busy. I even put videos out yesterday, which I rarely do.
Yesterday evening while I was waiting for Rev to come online, I was just flicking through your channel and see if there's some new ones up. Yeah, quite interesting. Quite some good stuff this week, mate. I'll tell you, some interesting stuff. I mean, bloody, especially Cousins, mate. What's he got? 59 charges now, saying, is it?
David Carrick, yeah. Was it 51?
Carrick, yeah.
51. 51, I think it is, yeah. Got another 9, didn't he?
That's it, yeah. I saw that, yeah. Just repeated, they charged him with another 9 offences. Bloody hell.
It's fucking unbelievable. I mean, he's got to be a record somewhere, isn't there? That many.
It's got to be for a serving police officer to be charged with that amount of offences.
Yeah.
It's unreal. Then you wonder why people don't have no trust in the police.
But then you get people go, oh, but it's only one copper. No, it's not. You're right. It's not. I mean, that kind of seriousness, that amount of offences. Okay, there's few coppers that commit that kind of fucking repertoire, but there are plenty of wrong uns that we know that. But, I'm reporting on them all the time, and it pisses me off when bootlickers go, oh, you're always bashing on the police. Well, if they didn't do fucking shit wrong, I wouldn't be bashing on them.
Well, that's right. If they kept that level of discipline that they're supposed to hold in a public office, then you wouldn't have a channel, would you?
No, exactly.
That's it. But I couldn't believe there's some of the stuff over the last week or so, especially that WPC was found pissed up, slumped in that police van with a bottle of wine between her legs.
I know. Can you believe that? What the fuck?
I can fucking believe that. I used to live up there. I used to live up that way up north, Wickham way.
Right.
So she must have been out of Wickham, Nick, because of the police station at Wickham there. I did frequent it a couple of times in my youth, but never mind.
It's absolutely ridiculous. On
duty in a police van. I mean, surely the God, when she went to get the keys for the van, they must have smelt the booze on her.
You'd think so. I mean, she even said she thinks she was drunk before she started her shift. So yes, the smell.
Yeah, not thinking about. Yeah, but the amount of times I've had a few, lots of wine and beers in the evenings with a few friends, and I've got to work the next morning. People say, "Oh, you've been drinking last night." And I had a drink for about 8-9 hours, but they can still smell it on me.
Oh, well, the police can smell a drink on you, even if you've not had one, normally.
Oh, yeah, they seem to have you over. As she got into work, and obviously they must have a morning briefing with all their colleagues, and surely, the God, someone must have thought, God, she fucking stinks of fucking booze. And then to smuggle a bottle of wine into the fucking van and park in the middle of the road. I had to play that video again. I really did. I was like, "No, this ain't real. This has got to be made up."
She couldn't have taken the bottle in with her. This is the thing. She couldn't have taken the bottle into work with her because when she goes, they don't take a bag or nothing with them when they go from the police station to the car. They just take their fucking equipment.
That's it. So she must have stopped. She must have stopped on the way somewhere.
That's what I'm thinking. So she must have either gone home or she must have gone to a shop. But if she'd gone to a shop, I can't imagine why a shopkeeper would serve a busy alcohol while they're on duty.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
In a way, it was funny. I shouldn't have seen it as comedy. But in a way, I know it's bloody serious because she could have had an accident and fucking killed someone.
Yeah.
But in a way, you've got to laugh with it when you see the circumstances. The van parked in the middle of the road,
engine running,
with a copper unconscious or slumped over the seat with a bottle of wine between her legs.
Yeah.
You'd be like, you couldn't write a fairy tale about it, could you?
No. I'd love to see the video that the member of the public took. Oh no, sorry, she took a photo, not a video. But if somebody, everyone's got their cameras. Anybody that sees something like that should be filming it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if to see a video of it would be absolutely priceless. But yeah, it's.
Oh yeah, the video would be priceless when there's someone filming at her like slumped into the seat with a bottle of wine, like. Sitting there in a police van, not a car, a bloody van and all.
Yeah,
in the middle of the road.
Well, Stevie Wonder's just said in the comments she was a dog handler and therefore would have taken the van home. Now you're right in some cases, but there was nothing that said it was a dog van. And a lot of them these days don't use the vans; they use the estates, don't they? The estate cars with the cages in the back.
The estate with the dog cage in the back.
I mean, they do still have the dog vans, and it could be. It's just that it wasn't mentioned if it was a dog van or not, so it's hard to say. But you're right; maybe she did take the van home with the dog for the next day, and have the bottle in the car. But even so, as you just said, Glyn, she would have had to go into the station for a briefing. So somebody must have spotted something.
Oh, she was stunk away having a booze. If she said she thinks she was pissed up when she went on duty.
Yeah.
I mean, she must have been drinking that morning before she went on duty. So she must have stunk of booze, and no one's thought to pick it up. So hang on a minute, love. You had the fucking duty sergeant. Hang on a minute. You stink of alcohol. Go on.
Yeah, they'd soon have you off if you was walking to a car and you smelt of alcohol and they walked past you.
Yeah, where you going, mate? I'm just going to my car. You got your keys in your hand? Yeah. I can smell alcohol on you, so I'm going to breathalyse you. Oh, you failed. Now we're doing you for drunk in charge of a motor vehicle.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not even in the car. It don't matter. You've got the keys in your hand, mate. Your nicks.
Absolute madness, isn't it? The whole lot.
Yeah, crazy.
So what have you been up to, Glyn? Anyway, you've been keeping yourself out of trouble?
Yeah, I've been keeping my nose clean. Yeah, I've been in no trouble now. I've still got that stuff in January coming up, but That's looking pretty sort of okayish, though. I'll update you on that further nearer the time.
Yeah.
But apart from that, been enjoying the World Cup because I love me football. Don't watch a lot of football, but I love the World Cup, and there's been some cracking games this week, so that's kept me busy during the day. Plenty of games on.
Yeah, I'm not a big football fan, to be honest. I used to be, but since I moved to Liverpool, which is weird because Liverpool, you got two teams up here, haven't you? And you know, everyone up here is football mad, and everyone wants to talk to me about football. And I'm like, look, mate, I really don't care. Do you know what I mean?
I'm not overly fussed with it. I mean, I got the odd. I mean, I'll support Gillingham. That's my local team, and I've been to see them play for about 4 years. But every now and then, I think, I fancy getting a ticket and going, and I'll go and watch a game. But apart from that, I don't watch a lot of it. But when the World Cup's on, I enjoy it because it's really. I find it quite entertaining, the football, and it's quite good. So I've been watching a bit of that, and just plodding on. That's about it really this week. I haven't been able to do much outside because of the weather. Because it's just chucked it down.
Did you see the England team taking the knee?
Yeah. Yeah. That just sort of let it down, really. I mean, because no other team's taken a knee in this.
No, and look at where they are as well. It's an oppressive country that they're in. And, you know,
what that's going to do is wind the authorities of Qatar up every time they do it, because all they're going to think is they're promoting gay rights and things like that, which I've got nothing against. If that's people's direction in life, then fine. But in a country that absolutely denounces it, then you shouldn't be promoting it.
No, it's like a bit of a middle finger, isn't it? So
it's sort of like giving the Qatar authorities a middle finger, but from a sporting point of view rather than a political point of view.
Oh dear.
There you go. But apart from that, we've been up so much. So weather's sort of like scuppered a lot of outside plans because it's been chucking down an hour in a gale. Yeah,
it's not been so nice up here. I went on a date last night.
Oh, right, nice.
And it was a bit fucking miserable last night, and the weather. But other than that, I've just, do you know what I mean? As I say, for me, I've just been doing what I do, and that's, this, chucking videos out, doing the research, keeping yourself out of trouble that way.
Yeah, well, that's the best way, isn't it?
So, well, we've got to do something, can we? Otherwise, we'll go fucking mental.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially this time of year. I mean, you lost your light evenings now. You lost the temperatures, and then it's all doom and gloom, innit, from the government, cost of living crisis and energy prices and that. And it's just like you got to keep focused on something just to keep your mind off of it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of these comments as you're talking. It wasn't a he, you bunch of arseholes. It was a woman. She was a teacher. And she had a jab. So, didn't go down too well. But there we go. Anyway, moving on.
There you go.
I don't know. Oh, shit, I was going to say something else then, and it's gone. Right on the tip of my tongue, and it's just fucked off.
Yeah, I know. I got the same thing. I was about to say something. I just can't remember what I was going to say 3 seconds ago. It's just like, really?
No, it's gone. No.
That's right.
I'm fucking struggling tonight. I'm really struggling tonight. This whole thing with this video as well, not playing properly, is still going on in the back of my head. There's a little space in the back of my head going over what could be wrong. I really hate things not going right, and I get really frustrated when they don't. So
yeah, I'm the same with me. I'm just at the moment, or yesterday, I was trying to link my StreamYard to my YouTube account.
Right.
And I'm just having a nightmare with it. I think I've done it now, but they're following their online tutorial. It says like you've got to wait up to about 24 hours for both accounts to link before you can actually do a live stream, sort of like on the YouTube platform.
I'm with you.
That's what they were saying. So I don't know.
I can't remember. It's been a long time since I set mine up. I can't remember properly.
Yeah. So I've had to go with it today. I mean, it says it's linked, but it's not playing off my YouTube platform, so I can't put like a live stream up at the moment for some reason. I don't know why, but I'll just wait till tomorrow. That'll be a job for tomorrow.
Right. Well, do us a favour. Drop us a link when you get it. When you get up and running, drop us a comment or something. Can say it's up and running now, and
yeah, we'll do.
I'll come over and check out your live stream.
Yeah. I'll get it up and running. As soon as I get it up and running, so I'll drop you a link somewhere, and then we go from there. And we'll maybe get a group of us together one evening or something, one Saturday night or something, or whatever. Sweet,
sounds good to me.
Yeah, have a right laugh, can't we? Might even invite Crinkle. No, I don't know.
The fucking
he just invite Crinkle, just like terrorising, don't we?
Well, he popped up in the comments just a few minutes ago and got fucked off out rather quickly as well.
Did he?
Yeah. I can't remember what he said. Called me a fucking tech tard. That's it. So what's the matter? You're a tech tard? Well, I'd rather be a tech tard than a fucking Henry Crinkle, that's for sure.
Oh, he's a retard. He's just unreal, isn't he? Did you see him last Sunday?
I've not, to be honest. I don't pay any attention to him. When people say that he's on, I just ignore it. I've got no interest in him whatsoever.
No, I just go on his stream just to see what shit he's talking about, and I just think I really can't even bother to join in on this one because it's just crap. But I think then leave and go somewhere else.
Well, with some people, I will go and watch them just to be nosy. Do you know what I mean? I think we all do. We all
do with Crinkles. I go on if it comes up on my notifications that he's got a live stream going. I'll just go on literally just to be nosy and see what's going on.
I can't even deal with that. Just sitting there listening without getting involved. That does my head in. So. He's been in the chat tonight, so be extra careful with the panel. Yeah, of course. But there we go. Anyway.
You're doing a panel later?
I will be, mate. Yeah.
Well, I'll keep an eye out for it and I'll see if I can jump in.
No worries. It'll be about 10 o'clock. I'm going to be. I'm only going to be on till about.
Yeah.
I'm only going to be on.
I'll see if I find it. I'll jump in. See if I can jump in.
No worries. I'm only going to be on till about 12 tonight, as I've been. Today's been a busy day. I've got something going on tomorrow, so I've had to make videos today for tomorrow.
Yeah.
And like last week, where I fell asleep. I think it was last week I fell asleep. Normally I have a kip during the day, and I've not. But I woke up late this morning, so I'm okay-ish. But it's not going to be a late one tonight. So we're going to do the panel about 10ish till 12, and then call it for the day.
Yeah, no problem at all.
So, in that case, I will chat with you a bit later.
I'll catch you a bit later. Yeah, enjoy the rest of the phone-ins and just say hi to everybody in the chat. It's really good to see as many people on a Sunday night.
It's always good.
It's always good.
All right, then, mate.
Right. I'll catch you a bit later. You take care.
Speak to you later. Ta-da.
Okay. Cheers.
Bye, mate. Bye-bye.
See you later.
And another. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, Dan. My name is Adrian.
Hello, Adrian.
Again. I'm lucky to come through. Yeah, I just had a number of new topics, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had a problem today on a bus, and I called the TFL phone number. And at the end it said, like, for emergency, you have to leave a voice message. And then it said that I have to press keyboard 1 to listen to my message. So after I left the message, I pressed keyboard 1. And when I had to repeat the message, it wasn't any message. So they're not actually recording any message to leave in case of an emergency. But that's that's not a big thing. I mean, it kind of is. But when you call the first time, it says that you're calling because they extended the green tax, like the area.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they extended the area for the green taxi. I think it was only zone 1. I think now it's zone 2, or they extended it to zone 3. I don't have a car, but it sounds kind of strange. And it says the mayor of London does this thing, and it was quite. Who voted for this thing? Who want green taxes in this thing?
Oh, look, they do what they want to do, don't they? It's all about this green agenda, and they think that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that littering is a bad thing. I think that people throwing their shit on the floor is bad, and they should put it in the bin, and things should be recycled where they can. But having all of this stuff forced upon us, which is, it's exactly the same as what happened with the jibby jab. It's exactly the same as what happened with when they put in new legislations. It's always forced on us. It's never, they never really ask the public what they want. It's
all about safety, but the number one polluter is, they say, children. So if you have children, you increase it's like the number one subject that creates the biggest carbon carbon footprint. So they showed this what's called table, like a board or something, and it showed on GB News. No, Good Morning Britain.
Right.
And they showed like the child, if you have one less child, it would be like you are saving the planet and stuff like that. So they're actually out front about reducing the global population, and that's why they're forcing the gay agenda and everything. And,
they've been wanting to do it for a while now, haven't they? We all know that there's so much going on behind the scenes. The European governments, should we say, ultimately want us to be under like a rule of China, and you're only allowed X amount of children, which don't get me wrong, I don't necessarily think is a bad thing in some cases, because some people will just have kids for the money.
Well, that's why they're throwing the Indian wave. Like Rishi Sunak is giving all these grants and stuff to Indian students, and then they can come with their families. And I don't know what coming with your family means. Like if it extends to grandpa, grandma, cousins, and everything. But it seems like I don't know. It doesn't seem like they're doing very well over there, and they have like a ton of money in India. They made like the most expensive statue of a prime minister and the biggest in the world. They made the biggest wooden statue, and they invested like billions and billions, and people are eating like rats and other things. And it's crazy. Like if they have money, is that gonna be the future?
As I say, I think the governments around the world, they go on about how poor, they talk about how China's oppressive and and stuff like this, but it's exactly what they want to do to the rest of us, and it's coming in slowly. I mean, they're already thinking about or working on a social credit score for people here in the UK, aren't they?
Well, I think they already have them. Like they had them for a long time, especially Vodafone. I had to apply for a Vodafone contract like in 2017, and they denied me a Vodafone contract. I didn't have any test, nothing, and they said they don't have to disclose why they denied it.
No, what you'll find is if the problem with getting credit, by the way, that getting credit is different from a social credit score, but getting credit, what you'll find is if you've had no credit in the past, okay, you are potentially as bad a creditor or as bad a borrower as somebody who has missed lots of payments, because you've got no history of repaying, you see. So it can be difficult to get to get a mobile phone if you've never had credit in your life. It can be difficult to get a mobile phone or other or something else on credit, because there's no history of you making good payments and keeping on, paying them on time, etc. So some places will refuse you, but others will take it on. But the social credit score is a bit different from that. They basically not just to do with your repayment history, but it's to do with what you do for a job, if you work, where you go, what you eat. All of that kind of stuff will come into it. So they want people to.
I saw those things. If you want your credit score to rise by a certain percent, you have to do volunteer work, donate blood, and the credit score is constantly dropping, like by 1 point or 5 points per month, and you keep having to increase it somehow. Now they're having a giant protest in China with all a lot of cities in China, and they kind of fought against the police a bit. But I don't know, this thing with the mall. They used to have the mall, no? And it had the thing with the tank man.
I'm not sure I follow. I'm not sure I follow.
So they had this protest in China before this guy became president.
Right.
And they had a giant protest, and the army just shot into the people. Like they killed a lot of students. This happened a few years ago. It's called the Tamakan. I can't pronounce it.
That's right.
It starts with a T, and they had this man that was carrying like 2 bags, and he went in front of a tank, and the tank stopped.
That's right. Yeah. Somebody's just put in the comments Tiananmen Square, if that's how you pronounce it. Yeah.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah. So every time someone would mention that on TV, they would just stop the TV. And last one, there was like this very rich Chinese person that was selling makeup for women, and he was putting the product on his face, and he was like a record breaker in the world for selling merchandise while being on TV. And it showed the cake of a tank on TV, and they just stopped the TV show, and the guy just disappeared for a long time.
Right. Yeah.
So now they have like this guy, Banner Man. So they put like a giant banner of this Chinese guy. The Chinese president has to step down, and you have to listen to the Chinese anthem. Because the Chinese anthem says something like, "We're never going to be slaves."
Right.
And now that I think that's one of the things that the protest is about. But I don't know if the thing with the army coming and shooting again into the people, because that kind of traumatized like a few generations of them.
Oh God, of course it would.
Afraid of that.
Of course it would. I mean, I think we're lucky here. I think we're lucky here because the army in China are fully indoctrinated. Okay, that's blatantly obvious. They're fully autonomous, with the government. They'll do what they're told. Here, on the other hand, I think if the government turned around and asked our armed forces to do the same thing, I think that ours would certainly have something to say about that. There will be people that would be up for it, of course there would, but there'd be a lot more people, I think, that would turn around and say, "Well, no, I'm not doing it."
Well, there's 2 things to this story. So one of the things is that a lot of the UK army feels like they have been betrayed by the government with all this migration.
Yeah.
And another thing is that a lot of the people in the army can barely speak English.
Right.
And that's a big thing. Have you seen AB used to go to a lot of army barracks, stuff, and he got like people asking him, "What's your citizenship?" and they can barely speak. And he would ask, "What's your citizenship?" And I'm just saying, if they're gonna infiltrate like the police system and the army system, and I think we're gonna be worse than China.
Well, it's always possible, isn't it? We can't ever rule that anything like that out.
Well, they keep arresting all these white policemen for touching someone, for saying this thing, for a message, for something. It seems like it's staged, like the cousins and everything. It seems kind of staged that it happened at the same time with George Floyd, one after the other. And I think the only thing that stopped it was protester, the main antagonist that was shot, the woman that was shot by another person.
Right.
I think that would have went like very bad if they kept building on it. I don't know exactly, but it seemed like you can have like you can get like a lot of single men in different positions, and if they don't have wives and children, you can just make up they're going to jail or something. They can just go get the nose operation and be just fine in another country. It's very easy to pay someone to do this thing, propaganda and stuff, and plus the money and stuff that the government can give away. It's like unlimited because it's from public money.
Yeah, well, they don't care, do
So
they? Government, it's as you say, it's not coming out of their pocket. All
yeah,
you know,
and I'm not trusting the only thing that we have is something from a doctor, and I don't know that doctor, and he says it's someone's teeth and stuff. I don't know. It's just a lot of things like um, it's crazy what can happen, and you should always be like bear in mind like with when they had the George Floyd protest and stuff. Before the guys were judged, the George Floyd family received $10 million or something, and they didn't even get a guilty verdict from the judge against those policemen. And it seems like everything was a giant payoff, and especially in America. I don't know what happened here. Uh, and plus, what happened in America, the guy seemed like super peaceful. He wasn't like he was like standing on the guy like for a photo shoot or something. It was crazy, and that thing might have been like a sleeping pill or a certain pill like that can cause like temporary death, dying for temporary time or something.
yeah,
They have a lot of things, and this thing with creating conflict, a lot of conflict in other places. It's like
I mean,
they're just testing the
the
limits.
problem is we've got no way of ever finding out, have we? This is the thing. So, you know, people can do what they want. You know, in when these people in these positions of authority, we'll call it, you know, everything they do is clandestine. It's all behind, you know, closed doors, and you know, they're never as transparent as they try to make out they are. There's lots of stuff that's going on. Even you said, although you was talking about normal credit score, I do believe that they've already got a system for social credit scores, because whenever something comes to the public, okay, for example, let's talk about military, right? Whenever something new comes out in the military, we've got this new, you know, radar or whatever it might be. It's not new. They've had it for decades. Right, and they've been working on it, and now they've only just brought it out, but then using it for fuck knows how long. And it's the same with everything else. When it comes to if it comes to having a social credit score in this country, it won't be, oh, we've just designed a social credit score system and we're going to try it out. They would have already been trialing it without us knowing about it, and they'd have been trialing it for a fucking long time.
Well, they're gonna put it with rewards and stuff, but it's kind of weird that people with driving license aren't fighting against this green tax. Like you go central London, you have to pay an extra apart from the road tax or entrance or whatever they have, and no one says anything. If I had a car, I would make like a big protest out of it. Take my car, I don't care.
Well, I think there's a lot of people that do. I mean, there are a lot of people that do kick up a fuss about it. The people that don't live in London, people that live in London, they've got to suck it up. There's not really a lot they can do about it. They've literally got to suck it up because they live there. But for people that are going in and out of London on a daily basis or multiple times a day, these are the people that are kicking up a fuss about it and saying, "What the fuck? I don't want to be paying that." Do you know what I mean? But it's suppressed. You know, people probably get in touch with the newspapers all the time, and the newspapers go, "Oh yeah, well we can't cover that. We'll cover Katie Price having an argument with her boyfriend instead." You know,
yeah,
and they
but
just
go on. A lot of things like start to amount to treason somehow. Like they put the mouse in the government, and there's no more cats.
Yeah.
And all the mouse are taking care of their own people, and it's crazy. If you point that out, people don't want to point a lot of things out, and there's so many doors open. You said that we'll never find out about this thing, about that thing. Well, we don't know what happened with the Kennedy assassination, and they kind of pretending like they know, they want to release and stuff. They're saying a lot of things about the 9/11, about so many things, and now they're gonna put like they're making all this scenario, and they have like a lot of technology that they can change, pretend like someone said something, and that's kind of super scary because you won't have the right to challenge anything at a certain point. And all these doors remain open, and we kind of have to keep them open. And I don't know. I can't just be a believer, and even if it's like offensive somehow, because every time something like this happened, someone had a big benefit on it. Like with the 9/11, they had that thing with spying on the people, with the London Bridge attack. They had like, I don't know, they put a lot of things in place. Every time like the government did like a traumatizing move on the public.
Yeah, so it's easier to implement more measures to restrict us and control us. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's so, and I don't know if we can ever stop this type of thing, because we need to put something in place. I believe if we actually had like a system that we get close to it, they would try to pay the people off. So maybe people should start like putting the government in a corner with the justice system. At least they get some payoff.
Yeah,
that's about it. I don't know. I hope the future is not China, because the future seems to be like the German times.
it's not looking good, is it? It's not looking good. But I think a lot more people are waking up to the potential of what the future could hold if we don't do something about it, or if
Yeah,
we don't
well, we
try and
need
do
to
something
unwrap
about it.
like what's happening with the Royal House and what's happening with the Epstein Islands and what's happening, because they throw it all on Andrew, but the guy has pictures at the royal properties and stuff.
Yeah,
And with the Jimmy Savile and stuff, we actually need to press on that thing. Like, how can this be? And children are kidnapped and stuff. I don't know if they're taking the children's blood and stuff and making transfusion, because this used to happen in my country with the president that we had. He would get like children's blood like changed and stuff.
yeah. I think they
And he
call
was
it,
like an old guy and stuff.
adrenochrome. I think they call it.
Oh no, real children's blood. They would
Yeah,
just
yeah.
suck the
No,
blood out
that's
of the children and put it in them, revitalize the organs and stuff.
yeah.
I don't know.
That's what I mean. Somebody will correct me. I think it's called adrenochrome. Which is exactly that. It's, and I need to be careful what I say, because I can envisage
Oh no way.
my channel going black in a second. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, it's something called adrenochrome, and it's something to do with the blood of infants. But I don't fully
Yeah.
understand
No
all of
way.
it, to be
So
honest. But
yeah, you're not a medical something, and yeah, don't worry about it. So yeah, at a certain point they developed um seeds for teeth. Have you heard of that thing?
say again, sorry.
Seeds for teeth, like the ones that you were trying to remove.
Oh no, I've not heard of that. No.
Yeah, so they developed that, and the government just shut the program down. I think it was in Netherlands, and it was out of stem cells, and they would put like this stem cell seeds, and it would grow like teeth where
Okay.
you were missing the teeth, and they just shut that down. And I don't know, everything that seems to be good, it seems to go away fast.
Well, imagine if people were able to regrow teeth. look how much money the NHS would lose out on, and in what's the word I'm thinking of? I mean, the NHS is a government
it's expensive. This thing, but there are a lot of
institution, isn't
private
it?
clinics that are doing. The thing is that NHS, something pretty strange is happening because they want to automatize the NHS. They already have like robots, AI, and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be like a vending machine. You press, you go into a tube, and you get the operation. That was already done on I don't know how many people. So for now, they're just collecting data. I forgot the system, the name of the system that it's used to memorize the person's moves, but they're memorizing the engineer's moves, the one that perform robot surgeries. Have you heard of the robot surgeries on
I have.
limbs and stuff?
I can't understand how they're ever going to make that work, to be honest. I mean, simple
They have
operations.
if you go to Apple Store, Apple Store has like a program, and you can children go over there, and you time every move based on seconds, and it can also record your activity and reproduce it when you press play. So you have like an obstacle with a ball, and you have to go for the obstacle. You go left, right, you press on some squares and stuff, and after you finish, you press play, and the thing just starts doing the moves that you selected.
Right.
And that's like a factory robot.
Which I fully get. I understand. I mean, to be honest, that kind of thing's been around for a long time. That technology to do that has been around for a long time. But my issue with that is somebody goes in for, let's say somebody goes in for a heart operation, okay? And the inside of everybody is slightly different. So if you
but they take pictures constantly. The robot takes pictures constantly and knows where it is, like maps it, and they made like a lot of robots like that constantly take pictures and lift products and do moves and stuff. So I think they're gonna be ready for that, especially that you're gonna get like a lot of advanced scans that are gonna be uploaded into the computer before the operation.
I personally, I think we're going to see a lot of people die through that. That's in my
it's
opinion.
Gonna happen, and it's gonna say the internet problem, computer error, and that's it. No one responsible.
How are they going to manage if you've got rolling blackouts?
Well, I think they're gonna. They don't really care about, because they're gonna help reduce the carbon footprint.
Just the less of us, the less of us, the less the government and the rest of the elites have to worry about.
Elon Musk has 8 children.
Right. And he's probably contributing more to global warming than most people. You know, jetting around, sending rockets up into space, all that stuff.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter when they do it.
No, of course it doesn't.
The president is not allowed.
No.
Yeah, so the Global Economic Forum was actually created by Charles and stuff, and when he created it, it had this thing with him being a part of a lot of countries in Europe, especially being a distant relative of Dracula, Vlad the Impaler, and he said a lot of. So I was thinking maybe he wants to be like leave the throne for England to the other guy, and him becoming like a global king, because that's why I think they're fighting for one world government.
Well, makes it easier to control people when you've got one government, doesn't it? So.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a giant list of companies that are with this Global Economic Forum, and the only requirement is that you need to have over £2 billion to be a member, and there's like this giant alphabet of companies. So they kind of have everything at their fingertip and stuff. And I don't know what's going to happen, but we have to keep strong and continue to question stuff. And
Of course.
If we see something, we have to say something, not like with the police stuff. Well, otherwise, we're gonna the thing with the boiling frog is gonna happen. I refused to sit in a queue last winter, or when they made the queues for the shops and people got very aggressive.
Yeah.
But I don't care about them 2 by 2, 1 by 1. I want to have the same shopping experience. I don't care. At a certain point, we were like 40. At times, we were 20 in the shop. So that's like just I'm not a dog to be tamed.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, take care, Dan. Thank you
All
for
right, mate,
the opportunity.
You look after yourself. Thank you for the call.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye now. Bye-bye. Several topics there. Excuse me. Right. Who was it? Where was it? Cheryl, I think it was. Cheryl, you want to call now? I have to excuse the noise. Upstairs are making a bit of noise. Cheryl. What's going on? Cheryl, if you want to call, the line is free. I doubt she will active. I doubt she will. I didn't even get a text today from her. But unfortunately, well, she did say to me that that she votes Labour because her mum and dad voted Labour, and I think that, why would you vote? Why would you vote just something just because your parents do? Is my question. Hello,
hello, John.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Good stuff.
Good show tonight, then, mate.
Well, it's not initially. It wasn't. It all went to shit when I first started.
Yeah.
Cheryl, I'm on another call now. Cheryl, give us a second, and I will. When we finish this call, I'll wait for you to call back. Sorry.
That's all right, mate. Just a quick one. I was seeing Simon yesterday on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing all right. Yeah, so quite good. Quite good at his little job, and he's brilliant. You know, things ain't too bad. You know, looking up. Got an interview for the Ministry of Defence next week.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Oh, wicked. Okay, what's that doing? Can you tell? Can you say or not?
It's what I used to do when I was in the mob.
Okay. Can you turn the sound down a little bit in the background for us?
Yes, mate. Hang on. Yeah, is that better?
So it's just because we get a feedback loop.
Yeah. You haven't got any. I turned it down.
Right.
Yeah. It's a lot of thing about the people, all these asylum seekers coming over. It's disgusting, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I don't agree with people. I don't agree with using our money to pay for people who are ultimately criminal if they've come into the country unlawfully. I've got nothing against people that come here through the right channels, the same as us. We've got laws for a reason. And if we break those laws, we get penalised. We don't get put in a 4-star hotel and paid X amount of money every day.
True. Yeah.
You know, So, you know, everybody's got their own views on that, and you know, that it's such a divisive subject as well as is everything else these days.
I think it was someone said the other day, if you want to be a policeman, get fit. If you don't, and you're fat, and you're fat, and you can't run, and you taser someone. Why do you want to taser a guy? You can't run after him. Don't taser him.
Yeah,
it's stupid, absolutely mental.
Yeah, we've even got the fire brigade being called out now as well, aren't they?
Yeah. I think society's just. But when you start seeing them carrying a guy, you know, the old coppers carrying a gun on the street like they do in Northern Ireland, that's when we think, well, oh dear, we've really screwed it up this time, big time.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly not looking forward to that. I mean, we see, like you just said a minute ago, and like I've said in previous videos, the police will use a taser solely because they don't want to chase somebody, or because somebody might be being a bit obnoxious. You know, but a taser is a firearm. You wouldn't go around. You would not pull out a Glock and shoot somebody because, you know, just because they went to run away from you. There's no reason, absolutely no reasonable explanation as to why you would do that. But unfortunately, it's getting to the point where it's happening so often. When something happens often enough, after a while, it becomes common and people forget that it used to be wrong.
Yeah. It's like you can say, get a lot of people say about, you know, where I live, you know, it's not too bad in where I live, but you get a lot of cyclists where we are, and they're unbelievable, some of them. You know, it's, well, you know, went to Remembrance Sunday a couple of weeks back, and these cyclists went straight through, had no respect for us. People that are paying their respects, and just went 20 of them just went straight through. Didn't give a hoot. I mean, it's unbelievable. I'm glad you're all right up there, mate, at Liverpool.
Yeah, I'm doing all right at the moment. Plodding along as we do. It's the only thing we can do at the moment, isn't it? Just keep pushing on.
You're not wrong.
Just keep pushing on, and as long as we're still.
A lot of, like you said, there's a lot of people that you know, coppers are getting done for this. I mean, if you hand a wallet in, how do you take £80 out from a wallet because you're hard up? That's like, well, you just might. If anybody did it to another, like a big company, you'd be out the door.
Yeah,
you know,
of course you would. Of course you would.
I mean, G4S had just walked out, all 1,500 of our CIT guys for a bigger pay rise. There's only 1,500 of them. So there'll be no money in the banks. Tesco's will be like shipping like buggery because they can't collect their cash and all that.
Right.
I think, well, they get paid pretty good money. You know, not about £20 an hour, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, everybody wants more these days, don't they? You know, nobody's happy. Yeah. You know, if they got if money was got rid of, there was no such thing as money, and you paid with doing something for somebody else, like they used to years ago, right? You know, like bartering and swapping things and exchanging things. You know, if I do this bit of work for you, can you do that for me, or can I have that sort of thing? Do you know what I mean? So yeah. You know, if people had to live like that again, I think it would solve a lot of issues, and it would get the lazy fuckers. I mean, don't get me wrong, I can't work at the moment, okay, and it's because of the mental health issues and because of the stroke. I can't stand up for a long period of time. I can't walk very far at the moment.
Fair enough. Yeah, I totally agree with you, mate. Yeah.
But I can still do things. I can still do some things. So if I wanted something from somebody, and I could say, well, look, I might not be able to do that, but I can do this. And if that's any good, you know, and we all chuck in together and do stuff to help each other. And unfortunately, society's got to a point where everybody is so interested in themselves, not interested in society as a whole piece anymore. They're just interested in their own little bubbles.
That's why it's still apart.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, my friend's truck driver, same as me, veteran, 2017, been there 10 years. He's next year. He's just done his in tanks, you know, tanker driving for the transport and all that. He went up yesterday. Went up last week. Went out. went to this fuel thing. These people wouldn't get out of the way, and he just sat there, turned it off. He's got 30,000 litres of unleaded, and he just sat there, he just turned it off and said, "Nah." Guy climbed on his lorry, took him off, and said, "Well, if you want me to, mate, I'll open the valve up and just got a light. There won't be nothing left of you or me, because the only reason I'll be recognising your ID is by your teeth." So, like, you know, it's like everything else, you know. You got certain things that are not politically correct, like, you know, filming the odds and sods, not prisons, not the police station. Who gives a monkeys about a police station? It's when you go and film military establishments, they really do get the ump.
Yeah.
You can understand why, you know. But when you've got teachers that can't be trusted, social workers, police, when's it going to stop? You know.
Well, these are all the what's the word I'm thinking of? They're the
do-good. Well, the do-gooders, some of them.
No, I'm trying to think of the right word. It was a word I came across earlier, and I can't think of it now. But the institutions like the police and the fire brigade and the NHS and all of this,
they got to definitely sort their shit out. I don't care what anyone says.
It's all gone to shit. Don't get me wrong, right? There's shit everywhere, even in the public sector. Okay, there's shit
private
that's
sector as well,
going
mate,
on.
you know?
But the private, it's all. Sorry, the private sector is what I meant. Sorry, but you hear less about shit going on in private companies than you do in these. What's the fucking word I'm thinking of? Sorry, I can't think of the bloody word.
So hang on.
Like these institutes, like the institutions, like the British institutions.
Infrastructure. So where we're looking for, like the dustmen, you know, and the clerical staff and all that are working cotton socks off.
Well, the stuff that keeps this country going, allegedly, is more corrupt than anything else. Service.
Yeah. I mean, the Lord Mayor of London, he's been in the north, the environmental tax down to say Surbiton, just outside, just inside Surrey. But how much more does he want to come down? It's a joke. I was speaking to someone the other day. She had an e-car. She says she's paying tax on it, and she's a carer, and she's going to get rid of it because it's no good.
Really?
Because she has to go out and get another job to feed her family.
I mean, it's interesting that they said, initially that your green car won't be taxed and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, taxed to hell, isn't it?
Yeah, and then they wait till it becomes, widely accepted, and people start getting the e-cars, and all of a sudden, guess what? It gets fucking taxed. And if people didn't see that coming, then they're stupid.
Well, it's like you say that we're giving. I mean, Ukraine's not my cup of tea. It wasn't my. It's not enough to do with me. I don't care what they do. They keep coming over here, and everybody says, "Yeah, we'll put it up for 6 months." Now the people have put them up for 6 months. They're getting fed up with it because they're just taking the biscuit. Some of them,
yeah,
and thinking, well, hang on, I've been to wars and stuff like that, but not my war, But I can't say that. No, I'm not politically correct. I mean, you get to say some people. Who's Johnson Bahari? Well, he's only black guy in the British Army. He's got a Victoria Cross, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
They're like shots, they don't even know who he is. I mean, I've got people, my other cousin lives in the Falkland Islands.
Right.
Because there's no bloody work. 12,000 miles away, he's happy as Harry. My other mate lives on the Isle of Man. He says you can go there, leave your car keys in the car overnight or whatever, leave your tools out when I do the building job, and nothing happens. As soon as you start assaulting like the local kebab place, they'll coppers there, bang, straight in, you're in jail the next day, you're in court and you're in jail the same day.
Yeah.
They do not muck about. Unbelievable, isn't it? It's unreal.
I mean, they've just lost all concept, I think, here of the law. right? I think that you know the police and the government I think they've lost concept of what the law is. That they seem to be making, you know, not seem to be, they do. They make. I've got a video coming out tomorrow where I mention it. You know, they use this use this hate crime legislation, which hate crime isn't even a thing really.
No, it's not.
It, you know, it's just an extra word that they add on that makes you look like an utter bastard, which is going to ruin your life moving forward. When they already had the Public Order Act, which covers everything that this hate crime legislation is supposed to cover, and it was already there. So it seems that what they're doing is the legislation that's already in place is they're breaking it down and making new legislation. You've got one piece of legislation, for example, they'll break that down into 4 different new pieces of legislation, which make it even worse for the public. And the laws are supposed to be there to protect the public, but the laws are being changed to protect those in power from the public. You know, there's a lot we've got to do. I don't even know where to start. I do what I can, which is,
I think you do a pretty good job, mate. You know,
which is doing these videos and stuff, and it's not enough. Don't get me wrong, but it keeps me busy. I don't have time to do anything else. But you know, if I can highlight, because there isn't really anywhere out there that just highlights the kind of stuff that I do. Have that I can find anyway.
I think it'll come soon where people have got, you know, we all have national insurance numbers and all that, and it'll come to people soon is where they're going to just say, okay, right, if you can't prove who you are or what you do, they're just going to say sorry. That's it. Show some idea. They'll just take you off the streets.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was in the mob, you get a copper stay. Oh yeah, you see them putting all their tactical riot gear and all that. So yeah, oh, is that it? Yeah. So go there. When we were in, mate, you actually got the full 9 yards of what they were going to do. And if you didn't do it right, you're guaranteed that if you didn't have that visor down, you're going to get a brick in your face. Not a wooden block, a brick, half a house brick.
Yeah.
And petrol bombs and all that, you know. You know, that's how they used to do it, mate. None of this, you can't hit me because no, you go in, mate, you go in hard and they don't like it. I mean, look at across the water, they can't even sort that lot out. And, you know, like, we haven't got this, they haven't given, you know, it's unbelievable. My mate's truck driver, he hasn't had a pay rise in 7 years.
Yeah.
And his governor drives around on a $100,000 motor. And his wife like, so what do you do? He's punching out. He says he's got his ADR course. He's going to go and see his mate next year, January 31st. And he said, okay, I'm gone.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be on $60,000 a year driving a fuel tanker.
Well, you got to do what you got to do, haven't you? At the end of the day, you got to stop. I mean, there's a meme. When I used to be in sales, it was like a meme that was on a poster in the office, and it was about making because we was all self-employed, and it was about I can't remember the exact wording, but it was about either, you know, you can be replaced for the same cost. Okay, so you're a nobody to your boss. You're nobody.
Yeah.
If you go, they can fill your space just like that. But what you're actually doing is you're fighting for a job that is actually paying for your boss's second home and their 5 holidays a year, while you're slogging your bollocks off each day, you know, getting nowhere. So you have to look at things and say to yourself, well, what's best for me, not what's best for everybody else, not what's best for your boss or anything else, what's best for you. And if that means you've got to move on to somewhere else and earn more money, then that's what you got to do. You know, you just got to fuck everybody else off and start thinking about yourself in that respect. But the problem is it's kind of the same mentality that people are getting when it comes to society as a whole, which is fuck everybody else off and just think of myself. And that's obviously, we can't do that. We need to be thinking of each other, and we need to be helping each other, and we need to be coming together. as a society and saying to the government, well, fuck you, you're trying to break us down into smaller and smaller subsections of society, so we're all fighting against each other constantly. Why you want us to fight against each other? What are you taking our attention away from? And they are, while we're all bitching and moaning at each other, they're rubbing their hands together going, right, what else can we fucking siphon off? How else can we mug the public off?
It's like the security industry, which is, you know, heavily regulated. But some people say, I mean, some people don't, and some people can, you know, they do the thing. Some of them can't. Some got a guy who works at the airport in management. He says some of them can't even operate a radio or write or read. How did they pass? How do they get in? Some of his driving licenses. Someone takes a test. Guy took a test and he got, I think it's 14 months in prison. Taking another guy's load of driving tests.
Yeah.
It's now when you've got, I don't know, up in Bradford, they ought to sort it out. How can you go to school when you've got asylum centres where they're hanging outside and looking at kids, 14 or 15-year-old children?
Yeah.
Thinking, well, hang on, where's society broken down? If we did it, we'd be down the road.
Of course.
No, you know, you'd be taken away, put through the factory or put through the system, and there's, you know, what chance have you say, well, it wasn't me, go to court of law and I don't find you guilty. So how long is it going to take to get your DNA done? Oh, probably 2 or 3 years, because some civil servant sitting on his arse doing absolutely jack shit.
Yeah.
It's been like that, you know. I mean, I've had people, I know a truck driver who drove a tanker. He retired, handed it in, and the doctor that he was with, she literally made a mistake on the form. The guy's just taken him 6 months to get his, you know, his tanker license back from his driving license and DVLA. He took the doctor and he took the doctor to court. He made sure that she never practices again.
Bollocks.
And when I mean like 60, you know, it's not as if he's, you know, he's got money, tanker driver, you know, he's got an house in Cyprus because he saved all his money, him and his wife, you know.
Yeah.
And he said that's it. So took her to court. She lost. She got struck off the medical board, and she was ordered to pay £175,000 in compensation because he lost 3 years of work.
Yeah.
And you know, we sometimes you cannot get an appointment somewhere in Surrey. Not to say where I am. I had to wait another 2 weeks. So, you know, and it's like it's going down a drain. How many of these asylum seekers are coming in with like TB or tuberculosis or?
They said, didn't they? There was a thing. I can't remember what it was now. One of them had something the other day, and
he died.
A minister was turned around and said that he had it before he came here. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But again, we are literally opening the floodgates for all sorts of terrible shit to happen. With you know, nobody to hold accountable for it. No. You know, even look. I mean, Priti Patel. She needed to be held accountable. Okay, she's lost her job, and what? And what? There's, you know, what punishment is she getting for, you know, for allowing the complete and utter fuck up that has been the border force for the last fuck knows how long?
That's why they're getting the RMP to come in and say, no fucking about. You know, it's like the Good Morning Breakfast team. You know, that other woman that comes on BBC. She's had a few riftings. You know. But where does it end?
Well, I think we're a long way from the end. I think we're only just getting started with it, to be honest.
Yeah. I can see it's going to get worse.
So,
you know.
Oh, man, listen.
I know you've got to crack on, mate.
No worries.
Look forward to you.
Nice talking to you again,
week, mate.
Yeah, you look after yourself.
Take care, John. Yeah, cheers, mate. Bye.
Ta-ra. Bye-bye. Right, Cheryl, the last 3 digits of your number, I will wait for you to call, and I will answer your call next. So get on a blower. Hello, Cheryl.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
You all right?
Yeah.
What can I do for you?
I found it hard getting through.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it's once somebody's
No, it's
on,
okay.
it shows me there's somebody trying to get through in the background, but it's difficult to, you know, I'm not a doctor's receptionist. I can't just go, I'll put you on hold and then leave you on hold for fuck knows how long. So yeah, so what can I do for you, Cheryl?
I don't think even I don't think doctors, receptionists, they don't do that either.
No, they're fucking useless.
No.
As if they ever answered the phone in the first place.
You can't even speak to a receptionist anyway.
No.
To get an appointment, you have to ring up at 8 in the morning and just stay online, and hopefully you'll be lower than 30, and then you might get to have a same day appointment over the phone, not with a doctor.
Well, it seems doctors' receptionists like to dabble in medicine a lot of the time. When they turn around and they go, "Oh, so what's wrong?" Well, they go, "Oh, well, have you thought about doing this or that or the other?" And you're like, "Well, when did you get your fucking medical degree? Put me through to the doctor."
No, I know. Yeah, but sometimes they'll decide themselves whether you need to even speak to a doctor.
Mm.
So you get like triaged with the receptionist first. So obviously you get through just to sort of book an appointment, but then they ask you questions on why you want an appointment.
Yeah.
And they're not medically trained though, are they?
No.
That's why I don't like to speak to them very much, and I don't get on very well with them either.
I don't think many people do these days. They don't seem to give a shit, do they? So.
I don't know. Well, people do give a shit. It's just there's not enough people, personally, that I know give a shit. But
True.
I've moved to a new area, so I don't really know that many people here other than family.
Okay.
A few neighbours, but not really know them.
Sometimes
I'm trying to lay low.
I was going to say,
I don't want to make too many new friends.
Sometimes that's not such a bad thing. I mean, it's
just difficult. I think it's because like other people kind of want to make friends, and so you make friends because you're being polite. But then it's a case of whether you're going to then end up being friends with the right type of people.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. So like if you've moved from an area that's really quite rough, and I don't know, you get in with the wrong crowd, so then you move. If it happens again, it's a case of like. So no, I don't know many people. So
no worries. Well, I hope it's not. You know, you say you got some family around.
I live with my daughter. She's
right.
15. My mum and dad live up the road.
Okay.
And a bit further up the hill, my brother, his wife, and son live. So I've got that kind of family.
Right. Well, it's better than I've got. Mine all live 250 miles away.
Well, they moved first, and then I've moved later. I only moved earlier this year, in June here. So I've moved about 60 miles away from where I was, and that was where I was born and grew up. So even though it was like a shithole, it was still home because it's where I was born and grew up. So
yeah,
it was very crap. But I finally moved this year now. So other than obviously family, I don't know other people that well.
Well, I'm looking to move back to Essex myself at some point. I mean, I left there 20 years ago.
I was surprised when I looked on the channel that it actually said that you lived in Liverpool, because I just thought you haven't got a Liverpoolian accent, but then realised
I haven't.
You might have just moved.
Yeah. No, I've been up here for about 15 years now. I think 15, 16 years. But I moved out of Essex about 20 years ago.
I've only ever been to Liverpool once. I've never been to Essex, so I can't really comment. I've only been to Liverpool once, and that was at the art gallery.
Well, I'm looking to move back anyway, but you know, same situation as you. I mean, it's been that long since I've been down there. I only really kept in touch with two people. So
I suppose you've got a lot of people on the channel though, so you've got people to speak to in that.
I have, but you know, it's not
once you see.
It's not the same. It's not the same as physical contact with people. You know, I don't mean physical like touching people, but you know,
yeah. Oh, I know what you mean.
Like
speaking
conversations. Yeah. So
I don't know. I think I've become a bit more of a loner, like a bit of a hermit. So I kind of quite like my own company, but I do like other people. But then I just seem to attract the wrong kind of people. So it's just one of them, really. Or it's trying to judge who are okay and not okay.
Yeah, very difficult.
I'm not a very good judge.
Well, the thing is, Cheryl,
I've got mental health. Well, complex PTSD. So
right.
I'm a bit messed in the head, but
it's what was I going to say? Yeah, I mean, I'm similar. I like my own company. It's not that I don't like other people. I do, but I kind of so used to my own company now. But I do get anxious when meeting new people. Part of my mental health issues. But when you meet people online, and I've met a few people in person from the channel, which you know I'm good friends with now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We talk all the time. But you're right; it's very difficult when you're in that kind of a situation and you spend all your time online. It's very difficult to identify people who are wrong for you. Okay, there are a lot of wrong uns out there. And you know,
I don't really have it so much online. It's more like in person. Because like I've moved to an area where people are very, very friendly. It's a bit scary friendly, but it's nice. They're nice people. But I didn't grow up in a nice, polite area. It's a bit weird. So I'll talk to everybody, but then there are still those that are a bit dodgy in some people's eyes. So it's just trying to sort of.
Oh, it's unfortunately there's
my head around that really. So, but I know it's a difficult one.
There seems to be more dodgy people these days than decent people.
But I get on quite well with dodgy people, so it's like it's a bit weird. I don't know because I smoke weed, but it's like not for any other reason. But yeah, it's just one of them. So the other day I actually sent a message on one of your videos.
Okay.
And I meant I should have sent it as an email and I didn't. And I think your friend Scott commented and he said he was religious. So I don't know how religious he is.
I'm not religious.
No, but this Scott is.
Scott is very religious, yeah.
I have heard him. I know he's rung in before. And I don't know. He didn't sound very happy actually. I don't know if he was very well, but
Scott's been through a lot. Not my place to go into, but he's been through a lot. And
no, I've listened to when he's rung in and he said a lot of the stuff that he's got on, you know, he's had to deal with, and it's like he's not the only one, and that's where it's a bit like. I think that's why I like watching your channel and not similar channels. I like the auditing ones.
Yeah,
I think they're funny. Right.
Some of them are definitely.
They're really quite comical. There's only a couple I like, but yeah, no. Scott seems to sort of same as like a lot of other people that have been on the channel and are you know, there's quite a common theme of shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, one of the things I've always said about being on YouTube is you tend to attract people that are similar to you. If you're honest and you know, and what's the word I'm thinking of? Not wear your heart on your sleeve, but you know, if you're honest with people and you are and you're yourself, and you know, I try to just be me when I'm on here, you know, and I'll even have a drink sometimes. And it's very difficult when you've had a whole bottle of brandy to remember to pretend. So if I was lying, then my real personality would come through after a bottle of brandy. But, you know, I'm as honest as I can be. And
I don't drink, so am I right in that sense?
you tend to attract people towards your, especially on YouTube, towards you that are similar. Now, I talk a lot about mental health, especially on you know, my own mental health that I've been through on the live streams. Obviously not through the week on my videos, but on the live streams different. And so I seem to draw people that have had similar problems or who are going through mental health crisis and things like that themselves. And you've probably seen a few people that have phoned up. I mean, in the past, I've had people phone up in the past and say to me, and I'm not saying this for any sort of glory, if you like, but I've had people phone up and say to me, if it wasn't for you through the lockdown, I probably wouldn't be here anymore, you know. And I could say exactly the same thing. If it wasn't for me having this channel and the people that watch this channel and the community behind this channel, I don't know where I'd be right now, you know, because it's been hard for everybody. But we attract people that are similar to us, and which is why I think if you've got a channel where you're an absolute wanker and all you do is slag people off all day long, you are going to attract people that are like that, who slag people off all the time. And nobody wants to be friends with somebody who slags somebody off all the time.
I must admit, I don't even have a channel. So
no,
I haven't got anything on mine.
But
I only go on there to watch everybody else.
It's the same in real life. I mean, you tend to draw towards people who are similar to you. Okay, so you know, when you're trying to,
I get that. I kind of get that now, but then I don't know. I'm finding it slightly amusing now, because then it's just like, if I'm attracting the local drug dealers, or at least the ones that are selling weed, it's a bit like, oh, like.
Well, it could be just be the mindset. It could just be a particular mindset. You could have something
I don't know. They seem to
common.
be just nice people. yeah. I suppose I'm trying to get a decorator.
Right.
Like if he does like 2 different jobs, then I suppose it'll come in handy. But it's like, I don't know. I worry quite a lot on how people, like, obviously if I'm stood speaking to somebody, then somebody will say, "Oh, it's a friend of yours," and then it's like explaining why you're friends with somebody that you wouldn't normally be friends with.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I do. So I'm just trying to see who's they're talking about in the comments. Who's? Sorry.
I can't see the comments because I'm just talking to you, so I'm not looking at my.
That's all right. Who throws a tantrum like a 2-year-old, Tina? You talking about Crinkle? He talks crap with no truth. It sounds like you're talking about Crinkle. Yeah. Henry Crinkle is an absolute.
I've heard about him. No,
he's an absolute wet wipe.
I almost forgot who it was then for a minute, but then no,
yeah. He tried to destroy my channel by porn bombing me.
I didn't see any of that, so I'm quite happy about that.
Yeah.
I must admit, I've not been on the channel for probably about a couple of weeks.
Right.
No, it's only because I've kind of had to sort of, sometimes I have to come off because it's quite triggering, the reports and stuff.
Yes,
but not in a bad way. It's just.
No, I get it.
I'm very anti-police and anti-authority. Like,
there's a lot of things that I talk. To be honest, I get triggered myself sometimes. I mean, one of the things people don't see when I'm doing the reports, when I'm doing the research, when I'm phoning, the courts or the police station, press office, or whatever it might be for information, and I get to hear some of the stuff that some of these police have done, or not just police, but other people that I report on as well. After a few days of listening to that stuff and having to report it, because I have to read it, I have to research it, I have to write it, I have to record it, I have to edit it. So I'm listening to it over and over and over again, multiple times a day. And then eventually it gets to you. And sometimes, nobody sees it, but sometimes I have to take a moment for myself. Do you know what I mean? I have to go and I have to switch off the computer for an hour, go and sit in the other room and just sort of cleanse my brain of all the negative shit, and it can genuinely be upsetting. Crinkle, there's no point in phoning, mate. You're not coming on, so fuck off. Sorry.
Is that what he's trying to do?
Yeah, he's trying to ring in. You're not coming on, Crinkle. Do one.
Is he like another YouTuber? What does he do?
He likes to argue with
nuisance on YouTube.
Yeah, he likes to argue with people, and when he doesn't get his own way, he throws his dummy out the pram and starts slagging people off. And then
he wasn't on the chat earlier, though, was he?
Not today. He's not been. No.
How come he's on there now then?
He's trying.
How does he even get to speak to anybody on the channel if he's not in it?
He's trying to call through on. He got kicked out of the chat earlier, but he's trying to call through on Skype.
Okay. Can he not get through because I'm talking to you?
Well, he's ringing. I mean, I can answer his call and put you on hold, or I can answer his call and put him on a call with you and me. But he's not coming on the call because I don't want to speak to him because he's an absolute fucking weapon. So
I don't really know what. Well, he'd end up speaking to me as well then.
He would, yeah, and I wouldn't put you through that.
I could listen. I could listen to it, but I wouldn't necessarily have to say anything.
No, he's not coming on.
If he'll go, will he just go away?
Well, probably not. No, I made a decision.
What does he actually do? So, what do you mean when he says about? What is he just not nice? Would he not be nice to me?
No, he likes to cause drama. And he likes to cause problems, and when he doesn't agree with somebody, he'll call them a name, and if he gets called a name, then he'll start bitching about it. And then
is that to call you names? Call me names?
Well, all sorts of people. If people that he doesn't agree with,
Well, he can't have that conversation. Can he only have that conversation if he joins this one?
No, I mean, if I answer his call. After you, then I could have a conversation with him. But I made a decision
if you don't want to,
months ago that I wouldn't bring him onto the channel anymore. I mean, the last time, to be honest, he was at, the time before last that he was on, I started. This was before my birthday in June. People started paying to time him out. So I did. I mean, the audience asked and I complied, so people were chucking donations to the channel to time him out, which I did, and he didn't like it. He didn't like it, so he came on and he played I won't tell you what the video was, but he played a video which was extremely upsetting and disgusting, to be honest, and could have had my channel shut down.
Was it really horrible?
It was, yeah.
I didn't see it, so I can't comment. But
well,
isn't there a law against that?
There is,
a law against everything else.
There is, yeah. It's classed as malicious communications because it was sent over an electronic, an electronic means. It was sent to somebody who didn't ask for it and who found it offensive. And he done that. There was multiple people that didn't ask for it and found it offensive. So
it just got played on your channel.
Well, what happens is when I do the panel, people come onto the panel. And this is why I now have to ask people to do silly things in the background. So when they come into the panel, they go into a waiting room and I can see them in the waiting room. So I have to ask them to touch their nose with their left hand or wave with their right hand or something like that, because people will come on using somebody else's picture. If I let them onto the channel, then straight away they change that picture to something pornographic or they play a video. So in the place of their image on the panel, which would take up a little square, you get a video play of something that is not very nice. So
what do people do stuff like that?
I don't know. I think Henry Crinkle, who's trying to phone again, has mental health issues.
It's not a copper, is it?
Oh God, no, he's not a copper. No.
Oh, that's all right.
No,
I'm a bit worried.
I'm surprised he doesn't consider himself a copper. He considers himself everything else.
Oh, is he a narcissist?
As in, I would say, probably is, yeah. But he considers himself a scientist.
I've just met a few, but
what else?
Not nice people is the same as a narcissist, but it's a different term for it. So
it
doesn't sound very nice, right? I suppose. I'll let somebody else ring.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Well, it's nice to speak to you, Cheryl. Anyway.
Yeah, well, I tried during the week on WhatsApp, but I don't think the number I used worked.
No, during the week, the WhatsApp number is literally only for the live streams.
Okay.
So if you need to get in touch with me, there's an email address in there. I know you sent me.
I think I sent you one a long time ago. God knows what I put in it. Like a sob story of a. Who am I?
Well, that's the best way to get in touch anyway. Is through the email. Because I'm literally every day I'm in front of the computer and I have to check my email regularly throughout the day.
Sounds hard. It does sound like hard work, and I do take my hat off to it. I couldn't do it.
There's a lot to do. Let's put it that way.
To be quite honest, I tend to watch it as well because it's like, even though some of the outcomes that have happened, the people that obviously you're highlighting on the channel, is like obviously not necessarily convicted, right? Because that doesn't really happen. But they're still being highlighted and they're being reported because there's so many, I think, that haven't been reported.
Yeah. Oh, I don't.
They're never going to have their name on there, or it's going to take too long to do.
Yeah, I mean, I wish
the fact that there's how many there is already is a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't report. I probably report on less than half of what there is out there. I have to choose every day, or nearly every day. I have to choose what ones to put on the channel, because I don't have the time to do more than 1 an hour, at most, from 12 o'clock till 8 o'clock. So I'm doing 9 videos a day some days. So that's 9 reports a day. Sometimes I have to leave some reports for the following day, but then something more important comes along the next day that needs reporting on. So those reports from the day before get pushed back another day. Then after a few days, they become irrelevant. So then they don't get reported. They don't get reported on. But there is an awful lot to report on.
Yeah, but even when you report, obviously you can report it on there because it's obviously come to an extension of a court. But all those that have been obviously reported, but then nothing actually happens with that, that's never going to get reported, is it?
Well, I still report. I can still report if police have been freaks. We'll use police because that's the main culprit on this channel. But if a policeman gets arrested for something and it doesn't go to court, I can still report on that. If I get that information, it has to. You just have to be careful when you're talking about something that hasn't been confirmed. So if somebody hasn't been charged with something, then it's just an allegation. It doesn't mean that they've done it. But I can still report that an allegation's been made. But I have to make it clear that it is an allegation and that there's no evidence to suggest that they've actually done anything at that point. So, so you do have to be careful.
Must be quite difficult.
It can be, but we just got to crack on and we've just got to keep doing what we do, and hope for the best.
I mean, do you know any good solicitors? Because I've heard obviously people saying about like civil claims, and they sound all very easy when they're saying it, like YouTubers.
Yeah.
I suppose I've only watched a couple, like AB or is it PTTP? If they're suing whatever officer for doing a false arrest or search, whatever it is, they make it sound really easy to do like a civil claim.
That's
but
because
if it's more complicated, what you're complaining about and then taking them to court for.
The reason it's easy is because they just get in touch with a no-win, no-fee lawyer. That no-win, no-fee lawyer will either take it on or they won't. If they don't take it on, then you'll find people won't talk about it anymore and people forget about it. But you'll hear about
that's kind of what it kind of wants to be. Do you know what I mean? It's like I've spoken to some solicitors and they just won't touch a civil claim against police because there's too many of them.
It's about the police, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, well, do us a favour, drop me an email, and I will send you 2 contacts that might be able to help you. I can't promise they will.
No.
But these are the two contacts that I go to when I need something or I send other people to.
it'd be just nice to sort of ask, really, rather than anything.
Yeah, no, of course.
It's been a road I've tried to go down on my own, but I don't know the legal system. And at the end of the day, if you're putting in like a civil case, case against somebody, then there's the personal reasons behind it. So it's really difficult to try and piece evidence together when it's upsetting to do so. So it's just, this has been going on for quite a few years now.
Right. Okay. Well, drop me an email. As I say, I can send you two contacts that may be able to help you. As I say,
Okay, thank you.
I'm not going to say one over the other, because when you're dealing with solicitors, you have to decide who you want to work with. So you have to speak to them.
I think it's just somebody who I can trust, but is not necessarily going to go, oh no, I don't think you're going to get anywhere with that, and just leave it either. So I don't really know about the law other than it's crap. But
all right.
Okay, well, it's nice talking to you. Thank you.
And you. I'll speak to you again soon.
Yeah, take care.
All right, Cheryl. Goodbye.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Bye. Crinkle, fuck off.
Oh, come on, Dan. Don't be like that, man.
What do you want?
I just rang in to say hello and, ask you a couple of things about what you've been saying.
You've called in to say hello.
Yeah, I mean, you're making me out to be some sort of terrorist there, Dan.
No, I haven't. I made you out to be an arsehole, not a terrorist.
No, you made me out like I call people names. I only come in to debate people. Yeah?
Hang on. No. You do call people names, because when you've been on the panel and you haven't been allowed onto the panel, you slag people off in the comment in the private chat on StreamYard. So you do call people names.
Yeah, but come on, not on the panel. I don't do that.
I didn't say on the panel. I said you call people names, and you do call people names on other people's panels. I've heard you call people names as well.
Okay, well, look, and you were saying to that woman just a minute ago, you ain't had me on. I was on your thing last week. Don't you remember?
Was it last week or the week before?
Last week, you had me on the panel. So, But I wanted to ask you, Dan, this thing you were saying, first of all, about we don't look out for each other anymore, to that guy. Remember you saying that?
Yeah.
We're all selfish and all the rest of it.
People are, yeah.
Funny you say that. At the time, for the last 2 years, where we needed to do something for the other person, it's this community that were leading the charge about the anti-vax thing. Right.
Okay. But what's been said recently about it? Why is there the European Parliament? Why are people from the European Parliament calling it all out as bullshit now? Calling it all out as bullshit, saying that the Pfizer was saying that the vaccine will prevent spread, and the government would jump on board and saying it will prevent spread, but it didn't anyway. So it wouldn't have made any fucking difference.
And they didn't say it would prevent spread. All vaccines in history, they never test before it's released to determine whether it prevents transmission or not. It's just not, they don't do it. It's never been done for any vaccine. But people expect that to happen from a vaccine. But it turned out after it was released that the vaccine reduces the chances of transmission by up to 6 times. So just the fact that it can do that would mean if everybody had the vaccine, like the R rate would get so low that the virus could have just fizzled out. That's thinking about your fellow citizen.
It has fizzled out pretty much.
No, well, it hasn't. No, it keeps coming back.
Yeah, you're told it keeps coming back.
Oh, it does keep coming back. I've had it. I know people who have died from it.
Right.
Even somebody on these panels, somebody's partner died from it, and she's still a bit of an anti-vaxxer. But anyway, that another thing, Dan. This thing about migration, what you were saying earlier. Like, I don't like these illegals and all that.
Unlawful penetration of our borders, you mean?
Are you aware, right? It's not a crime, right, to arrive on our shores to seek asylum. It's not illegal.
You have illegal entry to a country.
It's not illegal to do that, though.
No, I'll tell you what is illegal, though. Washing up on the shores and fucking running off into the night so nobody can track you down and work out who you are and what criminal records you've got and what diseases you might have and what potential danger and threat you are to people in the country. That is.
Well, I'll tell you what is illegal. Is it if you wash up on the shore and then you're processed and they determine that you're not allowed to stay and then you stay, that is when it becomes illegal. There's no invisible line in the ocean that says it's illegal once you've crossed it, because under maritime law, right, it is required by law to, if somebody comes in your waters, to safely escort them onto the shore, and then once they're there, it's not a crime to be there to seek asylum.
Then you process them.
But
if that what you're saying is it's not illegal for people to be picked up at sea, brought to the country to safety on the shore. Okay, yeah. You're right. That's true. But these people not all these people are being brought to the shore safety. A lot of them are coming ashore themselves under the radar and fucking off into the ether.
Hang on. It's not very easy for a dinghy to make it through, right? Most of the time, right? Because the surveillance on our shores is quite good. Like if you're a drug smuggler, the chances of you getting caught, is very high. Just the same as a dinghy getting intercepted out at sea is very high with all our technology, the radar and all the rest of it. And this thing you're saying about bringing diseases such as TB, the only reason it may be a problem to some is because of the anti-vax movement, making people not have TB vaccine, so that now it could be a problem in this country. If you'd have had your vaccine, it wouldn't matter, would it?
No, I don't see. From my point of view, I haven't seen people say I'm not taking a TB vaccination, because that's been around for fuck knows how many years. Okay, and it's been proven to be effective. Okay. A vaccine that's literally pulled out of the arsehole of the World Economic Forum, or whatever you want to fucking call it, okay, and forced onto people, okay, under threat of arrest and violence and everything else, all right? But of course people are going to say, no, I don't think so.
But if people were like what you were complaining about earlier, if people thought about their fellow man a little bit more and worried about other people a bit more, you wouldn't have to be coerced or whatever you think to have the vaccine, because it's been shown to work. So we should all do our civic duty to help look after the people who fought for this country, all the old vulnerable people. Yeah,
we should do. Yes, you're right. Hang on.
Your freedoms, and now you treat them like second-class citizens, like they're going to die anyway.
Right. Okay. So all the people that fought for this country that are currently dying on the streets because we've got people taking up all of the fucking care that are coming in here illegally, okay, and being given hotel rooms and money and everything else, while our own veterans are dying on the street. Is that what you mean?
Hang on a minute. It's not the immigrants' fault or the asylum seekers' fault why there's a homeless veteran.
No, that's right. It's the government's fault. But the government is sitting there saying, yeah, come on in. We'll give you money. We'll just raise taxes and make it harder for everybody else.
Well, this is the same attitude you're complaining about. If you thought about your fellow human being a little bit more, that we all share the planet with, you wouldn't be saying that. Like, they're coming from hardship. They want to make a better life for themselves. A lot of them are victimized in their own country, and all that kind of stuff.
And a lot of them aren't.
Why are you such a hater towards
And a lot of them aren't.
Yeah, I know. And these are the ones that get processed and sent back. So and if they stayed, then they're illegal. But you're complaining about the fact that people are just coming here
illegally.
No, it's not illegally though.
Well, it is illegally though.
It's not illegal to
But it is-
arrive on the shores in a dinghy. It's not illegal, Dan.
But it's illegal to come here and then fucking do one and disappear. It's
Well,
illegal
yeah,
to
but-
come here. It's illegal to come here, not through the proper channels.
Well, yeah, but most
Hence
of them
why we
don't
have
do that,
border.
though. Most of them are processed, though, aren't they, Dan?
Well,
So
maybe
you're sort of
most
like
of them,
demonising
maybe.
a whole.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I've already said, and I've said this many times, okay? I've got no issue with people coming through the right channels. Excuse the pun. I've got no issue with that whatsoever.
The right channel
Okay.
is a dinghy because it's legal.
No,
It's
the right channel is coming over to is applying for asylum. Okay.
Hang on, Dan, though. If you're persecuted or something in your own country, or you come from a war-torn country, whatever, you can't go through normal channels. If you make it clear you want to leave, then you'll become more of a victim in that country.
But you can. You can turn up here by whatever means necessary, and then go to the nearest police station and say, "I've arrived, okay, because X, Y, Z. I'm seeking asylum." Then the police then have a duty to take that person to a processing place to be processed properly. But they're not all doing that.
No, I'm talking about leaving their countries of origin.
Yeah.
Yeah, often you can't go about the official way because then the government who's persecuting you find out you want to leave and do something about it, lock you up or persecute you even
that's
more.
what I just said. That's what I just said.
So
If you get to
So getting on a dinghy is perfectly what you would expect if you're coming from a bad place.
Okay, but then when you arrive in the country that you're going to, or let's be clear, when you get out, when you are in the first safe place, you should be seeking asylum. But a lot of them aren't. A lot of them are going through several safe places to get here. And why is that?
Yeah,
It's because the other governments are saying no, enough is enough. Fuck off.
No, it's not. They see our country as a place where they can have a good life.
Yeah, of course they can have a fucking good life while we're struggling, while the rest of us are struggling.
Let's put it a slightly different way. Make a better life for themselves. If most fucking immigrants to this country, right? Or if you consider what they do economically, they provide a net contribution to our economy. So that argument about they're taking resources away, it doesn't stand up.
Okay,
because they provide money to this country. They increase our GDP.
Right. Okay. So you provide me with the paperwork that shows me how many people have come into this country, how many of them have now got a job and are now contributing to the country and are not receiving benefits that we're paying for out of our taxes. You provide me with that information.
Well, I could go away and get it because I
Please
know it's there.
Please do. Provide me with that information.
No, I mean, it takes time for them obviously to be processed. Once they're processed and allowed to stay, then most of them just go into society and contribute like the rest of us. They want jobs. They're hard workers. It's on these panels that I keep hearing this demonization of the other. And you were complaining about that earlier, that the government can put you against asylum seekers. It keeps us all arguing amongst ourselves while they're, doing stuff they really don't want you to think about.
But I'm not the one that's arguing. But I'm not the one that's arguing. You're that's arguing with me. I've made the point based on what I know.
I'm saying the argument is against asylum seekers. People on these panels that I keep hearing the same fucking demonizations language. You know what I mean? That's what the government want. They want you to think your problems are caused by migrants. Yeah, it's the government's fault. They want
it is the government's fault.
Exactly.
But I don't blame I'm not blaming all of the people that are coming here illegally. Okay. Because some of them that come here illegally will get picked up and they'll get taken to the processing centre, right? Some of them will hand themselves in and say that I'm asylum seeking, but some of them don't. There was a lot of them that don't.
No, but right? You see, you focused on the negative minority of them. The majority of them. Hang on, I think that the percentage is quite high. It's more than 50%. It's about 70% of asylum claims are granted. So you're talking about the minority to paint the picture of all of them.
No, I've never said once. I've never said once, fuck them all off. I've never said that once.
Oh, I know that, but
Okay.
you know, some of the language I hear on these panels, particularly that last guy where you was agreeing and all that, you know, from people like that who blame these people for their own problems and blame them for the housing crisis. They blame them for homeless veterans not having somewhere to live. They blame
Well, they're
them
not helping. But they're not helping. But they're not helping.
all this stuff, yet they contribute to our economy and increase it.
Right. So why doesn't anybody else want them to contribute to their economy and increase it?
Well, hang on. No,
answer the question. Why won't France take them in to increase their economy? To increase their economy. Why do
take more?
Why do people? Why do they want to work their way through safe countries to get to here?
Because it's
specifically
not illegal. Because it's not illegal to choose where you want to claim asylum.
No, but but what is a piss take is people say
Germany.
What's a piss take is especially people that are trafficking these people across. They go, right, I'll tell you what, we'll get you over to the UK. They'll fucking give you slap up meals every day, fucking 4-star hotels that you can complain about and get fucking compensation for if you push them enough. Yeah. Right, we'll fucking sort it out for you.
And if you was in their position, where would you choose to go?
The safest place.
Well,
the first immediate safest place.
I'll tell you what, though, and this is a fact, right? The neighbouring countries of where migrants are coming from, they take the most in. They take the lion's share of people trying to get out of a certain country, the neighbouring countries. Then in Europe, once they reach Europe, Germany take the most. Then it's France, and then we're a bit further down. So
right.
we take less than all these people. Let me put
it a different way.
It's harder to get here. Let me put it on a dinghy.
Let me put it a different way, because I've got to turn the phones off in a minute and got people to come on a panel. Now, if you was in an abusive relationship with somebody, right? Let's say you was with a woman who used to stub cigarettes out on you, pull your hair, call your names, not let you out, you know, be a right absolute cunt to you, right? And you needed to get away from them. And the authorities turned around and said, right, we've got this place for you. Okay, it's 3 miles away or 5 miles away or whatever. You'll be safe. Okay, you know, they won't be able to find you. We'll look after you. We'll help get you back on your feet. Go. No, actually, I'll fucking wait until something else comes up. Thanks. Or would you say, thank fuck for that, a safe place?
Well, it depends where I'm coming from, really.
No, you'd say thank fuck for that, a safe place, because you'd want to get out of the fucking situation you're in.
Well, hang on. The fact that they've made it to Europe anyway means they've passed lots of countries they could have gone in. They want to. They know that we're the richest nation among the richest on earth. Yeah, right. So they know if they could get a job here, 1 month's wages here is probably what they could earn in their own countries in a whole year. Like,
you're supposed to be well off. This is what people have said. Is what people have said I'm just wondering how many people you've taken in, how many refugees you've taken into your place.
Well, how many homeless veterans do you have in your home, Dan?
Well, none. I don't know any.
I don't have the resources to do this. The governments do, which is people will go marching about this stuff. What they're doing is trying to change the attitude of the government towards these people, not some petty idiot goes around asking, well, how many have you housed in your home? I mean, that's ridiculous to expect the individual to solve the problem. It's a government thing, so it's all about governments. So it's a little bit of a kind of schoolboy argument to make, really, isn't it?
Do you know what else is really schoolboyish?
Yes, what you're about to do.
Well, he knew it was coming. Let's turn that down. Let's close that up. Right, guys, let's get back on over there. Anyway, guys, come on, look at that. Numbers have gone up a bit. People love to hear Crinkle moaning, don't they? Anyway. Right. I am going to go for going to go drain the main vein and get myself some more water. Yes, believe it or not, I am drinking water at the moment, as well as coffee, but I am drinking more water. So I am going to give you the be right back screen just for 2 minutes while I go for a piss and get another drink, and then when I come back I'll be opening panel up, so don't go anywhere. I will be right back. And we're back. All right. Strawberry and raspberry flavoured water from Iceland. I thought it was going to taste like shit. It is actually really, really nice, and I'm surprised. Oh. Normally that flavoured water tastes like cat's piss, but that's actually really, really nice. So, okay. Let's get the panel link. And let's pin it. There we go. Link is now pinned in the comments. So I'm sorry, I know there's some people still trying to call through on the WhatsApp. I'm not taking any more WhatsApp calls tonight. So anyway, get a few people. Oh dear, we've got people popping up. So we've got Glyn. Glyn, do me a favour, just give me a wave with your left hand, please. Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening.
How are you, mate?
I'm all right, mate. I'm all right. Yeah. Good to chat to you earlier on the phone as well.
Let me just bring a few more people on. Nate do us a favour, touch your nose with your left hand. Yeah, good man, good man. Roger, do us a favour, put your willy away. I'm not letting you on with your willy hanging out.
It don't even reach the bottom of the table, let alone poke over it.
Yeah, I noticed that as I've got older, it seemed to have like.
Tina, I know that's you because you laughed when I said that about Roger's willy, so I know that's a real Tina sitting there as well. So, hello, Pete.
How you doing?
How are we doing?
How is everyone?
Tina.
Hello, all right?
Hi, Teen.
Okay.
Dan,
You can
can I
always
just
tell
quickly
it's me
interrupt
by
on
using the
something? Dan,
background.
Go on, mate.
Dan, is Crinkle in the background by any chance?
No.
He's
That's
not.
good.
I'll tell you what, if he's still watching, I've got some words for you fucking prick. Excuse my language, peoples, yeah? Listen, man, you do not know absolutely fuck all. And listen, man, you keep on fucking justifying vaccine problems, mate. Literally, you listen, man, you talk rubbish, Crinkle. You're justifying vaccine problems. I tell you what, how about you get a blood clot or stroke and let's see how you fucking handle that shit, you cunt. There you go, I'm all done.
Right.
You sure?
Well, no, I'm not. There's more where that fucking came from, Roger. You know what I'm saying? And do you know, I tell you what,
that's the thing. Just
let's
quickly on
go to
vaccines.
people coming over quickly. Hey, Crinkle. Do you know those fuckers? Yeah, I tell you what. How's about you go and house them and see exactly what they're going to do to your place and stuff? If you really knew the full story about that shit, you know, you would be surprised. You know, you'd be surprised. You would be surprised. I tell you what, how's about when they are the ones who are enforcing law onto us? Hey, Crinkle, all those migrants. What are you going to go and do then? What are you going to go and send them, you stupid fucking prat? Hey, what are you going to go and say then? Huh? Fucking idiot, man. You don't know shit, mate. You talk fucking rubbish. I dare you to.
Well, he's got. Listen, he's gone for now. Let's not worry about him now while he's not here. All right. So,
Can I say something on that? Can I say something in a more formal way about what people said?
You can.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
Tina, listen. We all know that. Listen, Tina. We all know you know what you're talking about. Apart from that twat.
Right. So, if he's listening or watching, you're a fucking asshole. You've not done the work that I have done over the past 30 fucking years. Okay. Let's get that right. I can provide the proof of how this has affected this country. I was one of those trained with 40 other people in my local area to deal with homelessness when the Schengen Agreement was done. We started getting people pouring into this country. Our job was to look at whether or not they were able to come here. So the first thing you look at, are they homeless? And the amount of people that came here demanding a council house, they got houses in fucking Poland and Italy and Romania. And I said, no, you're not homeless. You can rent privately, but you're not going to get a council house. When they first came here, they couldn't access benefits for the first 5 years. Then some smart-ass twat in our government decided to give them benefits. A lot of people don't know this. A person came over, he brought a child with him. He had 6 children in Romania. It was on television. He wanted to work here for 1 year to earn £40,000 to build an extension to his property in Romania.
I can remember that one, Teen.
He got paid working families tax credit and child benefit for the fucking kids living in Romania.
Tina, he don't know fuck all about. Listen, there's people come over him from Romania and like get benefits and they go back to their country. Tina, I've seen it all. I've seen a program about it. The guy knows absolutely fuck all.
I did a program up in London, and I was on the London Paddington station. 16 coaches turned up. There were men there with bags. They were handing out national insurance cards to these EU workers as they got off the fucking coach. With that, a national insurance card, they could go to doctors, get registered, then they could apply for benefits straight away. It's a national insurance card.
Right, guys, sorry, one second. I've got Fluke in the background. Fluke, do us a favour, just wave with your left hand, mate. Right, thank you. Just wanted to make sure it was you.
Hi, Fluke. This is not acceptable. What people says is not acceptable because we had to fight for these people to be taken out. I had a case where another member staff put a family in accommodation, costing the taxpayer £1,000 per week in a 4-bed house. I took over the case because they were sick. I checked their records. They described their previous property as a shed. So I contacted the Polish embassy. It was a 4-bed luxury home that they owned in the middle of a fucking field. A shed, is it?
Tina.
So they got evicted within 24 hours.
Tina, a place I used to work at, my last job before I went off with mental health issues, 80% of the workforce, and there was probably about 600 workers on 3 different shifts. So I'd say 80% were from Eastern Europe.
Yes.
And they got housed, they got the benefits, they got the child benefits, they got treated better than us, they got the overtime, whereas we were told we can't have the overtime, but they could have the overtime. And a lot of them would work there for 1, maybe 2 years, and then they would suddenly piss off back to Bulgaria, Romania, wherever they come from. They'd made the money, all the child benefit they'd sent back home. And like you say, they used to go around showing pictures of the building work being done on their houses. And I'll show you one thing I want to show you, because this is what annoys me with this immigration system, the amount coming here and getting it for nothing. I mean, I live in a static caravan. I own it. I bought it 8 years ago, but it's all I can afford to live in. And since I've been off with mental health issues, I've had no support from the health, well, a little bit of support from the health service. It's like, read this booklet and go away. And
yeah, I know.
I'll show you this. I don't know if you can see it.
Yep, I can see that.
Right. Now, when that come through the post to me a few years back, it fucking reduced me to tears.
Wait, what is that?
What I've done for my country to make it better living for
the rest of us.
Well, for the rest of us, but it probably made our government even richer, because now they get all the arms contracts to supply all these countries.
Yeah. What's the biggest? I appreciate your situation, but you should be housed. So if you do need any help with that, I can get you fucking housed. I'll tell you that now, because I'm a bitch when I get started. I don't like fucking councils. I really don't.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm quite happy in my caravan. I love
but if you wanted something, just let me know. The other thing we've got now is once all these people came here, right, they got council tenancies. Now, tenancy officers, their job is a very simple one for the 37 grand a year that they get. They have to visit their tenants in their block, to say, are you the real person that's living there? Can I check your ID? Can I check if you need any repairs? That's their job. What do? Fuck all, as usual. So these people have got properties, they've pissed off home, and they're subletting, which is illegal.
Yeah, that's what
they're not even living here, and the councils don't even go and bloody check.
I know that exactly the same here in Chatham, which is part of the Medway towns, Chatham, Rochester, Gillingham, which is a highly populated area, about 10 miles from me. Probably a bit more shithole. It's an absolute shithole. They were getting council accommodation, but then the guy that was getting council accommodation and moved out somewhere else, and there was about 8 to 10 people living in these terrace houses who he was charging rent to.
This is my point. I had to visit a property, and I thought, hang on a minute, I know that address. And it was somebody that came in as homeless 4 years earlier. They buggered off to Poland. They're still getting council tax and housing benefit for the property.
And then I wonder why the COVID down this area spread so much. We've got 8 to 10 people living in a tiny little 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom terrace house, mixing in a community, and all banged in together. And then they wonder why the COVID numbers went through the bloody roof. And it's the rest of us.
That's exactly right.
COVID numbers.
I was about to go and say COVID numbers.
Sorry,
I don't mean to be
wrong Chong Fui. Sorry, I got the word in wrong.
About news and COVID numbers.
Fucking prick. COVID.
Our council charges us council tax for the numbers of the staff they employ, and our council is raking it in with tenancy officers that don't do their job, housing officers that don't investigate, homeless officers that don't give a crap. When I was in the council, I gave a crap and I investigated. That was my job. And if you were not homeless, you were not going to get help. We need to focus on the UK. We need to focus on the people that were born here and have lived here all of their lives. That's what we need to focus on. The communities are falling apart. No one trusts each other anymore. It's sad. But we need to start helping each other.
I don't trust no one anymore. My trust in authoritative figures is just zero now. So I trust myself.
Unless you piss me off.
I very rarely go out unless I have to. I spend a lot of my time in here. Yeah, I do go stir crazy occasionally.
That's fine.
Sorry to interrupt. Dan, is Jack Ablaze in the background?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He was in private chat.
I want to speak to him
I'm
about
sorry if I wound people up about that, but it's my passion. I'm sorry.
We all know what you're like, Tina. It's all right. We all know what you're like. Oh, yeah, Tina, I need to go and ask you about the thing. I just got to remember. Do you know that thing we were talking about some days back to do with the energy bills? And that thing for people with learning disabilities and that sort of stuff where they can get discounts.
What you do, it's a very simple thing that you do, Nathan. You contact your energy provider and you register on the priority register, okay? So as soon as you register as a priority because you're disabled, there's several things that happen. A lot of the energy services are giving you discounts on your bills when you struggle.
I'm not disabled, but I've got ADHD and all that. So, I mean, is that still class?
Yes.
All right.
Do you get disability benefits?
Dan?
Pardon?
Do you get disability benefits?
No. Not right now. I'm trying to get Pip on that because literally at the moment, basically, I'm trying to get moved out my property and all. I've got a support worker now because literally the place that I'm living in, it gets damp and stuff. So it's got like a wet room floor. So it makes the place all cold. So I have to keep literally sticking on the radiator and all that. And it's costing me a lot of money, because I'm on universal credit.
But you need to get the support worker to complete a PIP form. You've got to ring the PIP number. You do an interview over the phone. The support worker can set that up. The form comes through. You fill it in.
Yeah.
You don't have to have PIP to be disabled, all right? But if you are disabled, just tell your energy provider, and they can give you discounts and support. Okay.
All right. Cool. I'll speak to them about it tomorrow. Then.
Yeah. Well, see, when I applied for PIP back in February, they turned me down. And then they just said...
The government's trying to save money left, right and centre. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's all we're doing. Yeah,
every single application now for the past 3 years gets turned down. That's my role in my website because I then become an advocate and I do the first review and then I do the mandatory review.
I got in contact with SAFA, which is the Armed Forces.
Yeah, they're very good, SAFA. They're lovely.
And then basically a representative from SAFA... They appointed me a caseworker from SAFA.
Yeah, they are good.
And last week, obviously, they're quite backlogged, but they actually come to visit me here in my home rather than having to do it over video link or anything. She came down and visited, and she went all through the forms with me, and she said, "Right, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to say." She said, and she done all the forms for me. I just signed it.
Yeah. SAFA and the British Legion, they really do their very best to help. They really do put themselves out there, but it is difficult when you've got an organisation. PIP's very good themselves. They're now doing emails. You can email your evidence in. PIP are very good. They don't have to you don't have to go to the tier appeal. You can do a phone call or a video call, and I've done dozens of those. I mean, I've done, I think it's nearly 2,000 now over the last 30, 40 years in claiming disability benefits for people. And if I don't win, I take the
34 years.
Dan, I'll shut up, shall I? No sound, Dan. No sound.
For the next 3 minutes, there's a poll in the comments. Okay. Crinkle is in the back room here, waiting to come on the panel. Should I let him on?
Dan, listen.
No, listen. Hang on. Wait.
Nathan, shut up a minute.
Wait. This is down to the community. Okay, so there's a poll. If the community say no, then it's a no. If they say yes, then I'll let him on for a little bit. Right?
That's fair.
But I have to put it down. I'm putting it down to the community. I'm not making a decision. Okay. So you've got 2 minutes to make your vote. At the moment, it's 53% say no, 47% say yes.
All right. Well, I say yes. I can't vote it because obviously I can't do the chat panel, but I'm saying yes right now.
I'd like to say yes on the basis that I'll rip in a new arsehole.
Yeah, I'm joining you on that, Flu. I've got some words for him. I would have said no, don't bring him on, but I've got some words for him. He's fucking doing my head, literally.
No for me.
Right, 60 seconds.
Roger, my bad. Throw the wrong.
60 seconds left, and it's 54 to 46 on a no at the moment.
I couldn't give a shit either way, to be honest with you, Pat.
Yeah, well,
I
if
want
you
to be
bring him
democratic.
on, but if he starts getting bang out of order, then you're gonna have to like.
I've got some words for him. That's why I want him to come on, and he can be fucked off. It really don't bother me. Excuse me, panel chat. You know, what I mean, live chat. You know, for that. But I've got some words for that prick.
All right. Well, you've got 30 seconds left. It's 52 no, 48 yes. So.
Oh my God!
It's a close call. It's a close call at the moment.
Does Crinkles get to say his piece, or does he not?
A couple,
just log back
listen, I
in
don't
so
mean
she
to be
could
an
vote.
arsehole. A couple of people on the live panel. Come on. Just a couple more.
Come on,
Yeses,
people in the
please.
comments, get voting.
10 seconds left. It's 52 no, 48 yes.
Oh God.
Dan,
please
4,
bring them up. I've got a couple of words
3,
for him, please.
2.
Yeah,
Oh my
what you're saying, Nathan.
1.
Pardon?
0.
What did you say, Roger?
I've got to end. Oh my God. It's just ended on a 50-50. I kid you not. Look, 94 votes. Yes, 50%. No, 50%.
Bring him on, please, Dan. Bring him on.
Toss a coin.
Roger. No, Roger.
Yeah, just leave him muted in the background, but leave his picture on so he can rant and rave to himself and we can sit here and laugh at him.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I haven't got a coin. I've got nothing to flip.
I'll get one.
I was going to say I've got nothing. I was going to say I've got nothing to toss, but I know that somebody would use that against me.
That'd be kind of detrimental on YouTube or on live stream, wouldn't it?
Right, Tina, heads or tails, Tina?
Tails.
It's a head.
You're bringing him on.
I've just got a couple of words.
Is that your decision, Tina?
No, I don't want him on. If he comes on, I'm going off.
Tina, my bad. I've just got a couple of words for him, and then
if he comes on, I'm leaving.
Yeah, that's
I'm
sorry.
All right.
That man is not worth the shit on my shoes. I'm not going to be in a room with him.
All right, fuck it. We'll leave him off then. Fuck it. We'll leave him off then. We'll leave him off.
Thank you. Can I just say something which touches my heart? And I want you to understand, this is what I mean about your panel, Dan. I've put this up on my Facebook page. We all know, right, the devastating loss of a young boy who died in a house filled with mold should shock the nation. Government introduced a bill called the Fitness for Human Habitations Act 2018. This became an act of law from the 20th of March 2019 for all private landlords, housing associations and council tenants. The information can be found on www.gov.uk, Homes Fitness for Human Habitation. The problem we have is that no one tells anyone about this, especially the landlords and the government. All landlords should be making sure they comply with the act to prevent such a tragedy. The government needs to step up and bring back the audits of all landlords' properties to ensure they meet the standards in accordance with the act that they brought in. Far too much time is talking about what they will do to take no physical action. And now Michael Gove wants to bring in another waste of paper idea, and they did not act on the last one. This government on both sides of the house needs to step up, roll up your sleeves and do your fucking jobs and ensure that the people who put you where you are today are protected and safe in their homes. Start working for those who gave you your job. Start caring about the people of this country. Action now, not more bullshit words to the press. We live in the 21st century, and yes, families are living in poverty, in disgusting homes that the council get paid to maintain through yearly grants. My council got 5 million last year for the maintenance and the upkeep of their properties. It's yearly. Housing associations collect funding from the government and service charges. Landlords get funding from the government and rent. Start auditing properties. Don't seek permission. Turn up, do your job, and see for yourselves. Remember, the public put all of you where you are, and it can be taken away when the public have had enough of the lies and disconnect and disregard you show us all. I've worked in public service for 40 years and free work in between. I have a website, everybody knows that. I'm trying to get the information out there and where possible assist those in need for free. Everybody needs to start calling their MPs about this young man losing his life, this young boy, age 2, because his house was full of mould. Please share this around the country and on our social media. Make our government work for the people. How many more must die in disgusting conditions, living in poverty before this country stands up against it? My thoughts and prayers are with the family who lost their loving child. That's what we need to focus on.
Think about all those that have died before they've just put down to infections that could have been caused by this.
Absolute thousands have died in dirty housing.
I see the one about that young boy, Tina, you know.
1 second, Nathan. Fluke had his hand up a second ago because I've seen him was talking.
Sorry,
Fluke.
Oh, sorry.
Go on, you had your hand up to say something a minute ago. I was just waiting for Tina to finish talking.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what people on the panel have said about that particular subject. Do you know what I mean? With the the housing situation and whatever else. But if you look at the grand scheme of things, do you think Richie Sunak and David Cameron and all these other fucking parasites give a 2 fucks about whether your housing is good or bad?
They don't give a shit.
Right, hang on. Let me finish my battery. But the thing is, right, is we can whinge and moan and complain and everything else about the rest of it. It doesn't matter whether it's a local council or a county council or whether it's government or whether it's anything else. They don't give 2 flying fucks about your housing accommodation. They couldn't give 2 shits, right? So you can sit here and whinge and moan and bitch and fucking complain about anything you want, right? When it comes to housing, right? But at the end of the day, right, they've got the housing and you need it. And they're the ones that control it.
Yeah,
they don't.
Definitely.
That's the problem. They don't. You have every right with that new act that came in 2019 as law. If they do not comply with that law, they can be fined up to £1 million to start.
Yeah, okay. So I'll tell you what we do. You take that law to court and see if you win, because I guarantee you won't.
They will. The family are suing, and other families have sued. They are winning. If I've had people move out.
Right. Well, when you've won that court case, you let us know, wouldn't you?
I'll find some for you.
I hope you do. I hope you do.
I will. I had a case.
I'll tell you what, you've got more chance of taking the shit in the fucking king's wallet than you've got of winning that fucking.
That's not true. That's not true. I helped a mother with 2 children.
Mate, people have been doing this for 20 years and not won anything. You ain't going to win anything.
I've won loads of times. I've got the council to move the family, do their flat up or the house up because of the mold, and then move them back to a brand new house. That's not winning.
Well, okay. I'll tell you what. You do that for every family. Listen, the government doesn't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about me. They don't give a shit about Pap. They don't give a shit about anybody else on this panel. What they give a shit about is them lining their own pockets to make as much money as they can, and they don't give 2 flying fucks about you, me, Pap, or anybody else.
Right? Unless you fight back, you're not going to get anywhere.
Right. Okay. Well, show us where you've won all of these. I'm not being sort of, disrespectful. What I'm saying is if you've won so many of these, political or.
It's not political. It's giving.
No, not political. If you let me finish. If you've won so many political or legal arguments or whatever, and you've got these people into housing associations, or you've got them into a place where they needed to be, and resolve their housing associations, or their sort of what they needed to become. You know, if they needed somewhere to stay, they needed somewhere to be, you know, then that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Do you know what I mean? I don't have a problem with that. But if you look at the grand scheme of things, do you think Boris Johnson gives a flying fuck about a working person that's got nowhere to live? Boris Johnson doesn't give a fuck about that, right? Fucking Richie Sunak, World Economic Forum, doesn't give two fucks about you and your fucking arguments, right?
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Right? And then you've got that two bob fucking how long did she stay in government? 44 days?
Liz Truss.
World Economic Forum, right? So another World Economic Forum fucktard, right? And then when they Richie Sunak, and where does Richie Sunak come from? Who backs Richie Sunak? Let's ask that question.
Fluke, he wasn't voted. Fluke, he wasn't voted in by public. He was voted in by government.
Right. No. Who backed Richie Sunak? Can anyone answer that question?
Fluke, we didn't vote him in. We didn't vote him
in.
No,
I'm not saying about voting. I'm saying who was backing Richie Sunak?
His colleagues. That's who.
Who was backing Richie Sunak?
Money.
WEF for the WHO.
Probably the WEF, yeah.
The money.
Right, okay, let's ask this question one more time, right? Who was backing Richie Sunak?
Money.
Will you please tell me, because as far as I'm concerned, if it's not money and it's not
probably the
all that, and it's not who Roger has said.
Sorry, who is the young lady there? I can't see your name.
Tina. Rich.
Tina. Yeah, money. Money was backing Rishi Sunak.
Every politician has money.
Who did Rishi Sunak work for?
He's worked for loads of different organisations. What are you trying to get at?
No, I'm just saying, which is the most important money situation that he was working for?
No idea. He's worked for too many. There's a whole fucking list he's worked for. He got his money. He's worth 100 million himself.
Rothschild's worth.
No, he's not worth the money. His wife's worth the money.
He's got 100 million of his own. She's got billions.
He's a rich man.
And
he's
then
a rich man as well.
Why would Richie Sunak give up a job at a private fucking private bank, right? And then go and work for
because they couldn't give him the power.
125 grand a year working for the British government. Why would he give up £5 million a year contract?
Has he given it up?
Once you become
hang on. Why would he give up?
Fluke, if you can ask a question, shut up and let people answer you, will you?
Has he given up?
Okay, what I'm saying.
The money? Has he given up the money?
You asked the same question 3 times and you haven't let anybody answer you. So shut up and let people answer you when you ask a question.
Right. My point is, why would Richie Sunak give up a job at Goldman Sachs for £5 million a year and go and work for the British government for 125 grand a year? Answer that fucking question.
I just did. If you shut up, it's because he's power
hungry. That, Fluke.
Yeah, he is power hungry. Thanks, Roger.
Once you become Prime Minister of the UK, your face becomes worldwide status symbol. You're seen all over the world. You get a lot of these bankers who work in private banks and big organisations that you never see the light of day of their face. You don't hear their names, who they are, what they've done in the past, what they're going to do in the future. You see nothing. But as soon as they get onto the political stage, that's when they're beamed all over the world. And the whole world can see that this person is now the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
And he's Goldman Sachs.
You're in the door.
Plot.
Look at all the ex-Prime Ministers like Cameron. Got chased out with his tail between his legs. Did it break him? Did it something like, oh, you've been chased out of government, you were the Prime Minister, you failed at it,
Oh, what, you think the British public chased him out of a fucking country?
No, I didn't say the British public.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you fucking listen. The point is, you'll never ex Goldman Sachs any more than you'll ex FBI, CIA, MI5, MI6. You'll never ex any of these fucking corporations. Right?
No, you're not.
That's what they are.
Right.
You'll never right now. Fucking Goldman Sachs, right? If you look online, and Pap, if you look online now, you can look online now, right? And there's an interview with a guy called oh shit, what's his name? He did an interview with the BBC saying Goldman Sachs rules the world. Right? Look up that interview on BBC. That was on the BBC's website. Goldman Sachs rules the world. Richie Sunak is Goldman Sachs. Why would Richie Sunak quit his fucking job at Goldman Sachs, earning $5 million a year, right, to go and work for fucking the British government, earning £125,000 a year?
£100 million in the fucking bank. That's why he doesn't need to fucking.
Like I was saying, it gets your face put around the world. So it puts
That's
you.
not
in
the point, mate. It's not the point.
It is not
the point. It's not the point.
It's the face recognised. It's like Liz Truss. Wait 44 days.
This guy is worth fucking millions, mate.
Sitting there with a begging pot saying, "Yeah, money for coffee in the morning." Yeah, she's done all right. The power she got.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. The point is, why would a man leave a job of a private company earning $5 million a year to go and work as a Chancellor of the Exchequer at the British government, earning £125,000
That's not the
a
only
year?
money he's got.
Right? That's the point. That's the fucking point. There you go. That's the video.
I don't know if the sound is going to work because we was having problems earlier. It doesn't work for me. Somebody else might be able to share their screen with it working. So I'll give it a try.
That's a bit IT technical.
I'll try doing it online,
StreamYard link to my YouTube channel.
So let me try this. Let me know if you can hear it.
Your candor, however, it doesn't help the rest. Does it all the rest of the Eurozone?
I would say this. Listen, I would say this to everybody who's watching this. This economic crisis is like a cancer. If you just wait and wait, thinking this is going to go away, just like a cancer, it's going to grow and it's going to be too late. What I would say to everybody is, get prepared. This is not a time right now to wishful thinking the government is going to sort things out. The governments don't rule the world. Goldman Sachs rules the world. Goldman Sachs does not care about this rescue package, neither does the big funds. So actually, what I would actually tell people, I want to help people. People can make money from this. It isn't just traders. What they need to do is learn about how to make money from a downward market.
Goldman Sachs rules the world.
All right, then. So who's Goldman Sachs?
No dispute there. But you tell me, he's got 100 million of his own money. His wife's got 730 million in her bank. Okay, you tell me why. Does a politician?
730 million. The woman's the most richest woman in India. She's worth over $1 billion.
730 million, according to the local news in India. I just looked it up. So if you tell me why does a politician who's got more than 10 million in the bank think it's okay when the British public are struggling to pay their bills and put food on their table to take £125,000 from our fucking money when they've already got enough to feed themselves? Is that fair? Because I don't think it is. That sucks.
Yeah, I have absolutely no argument with that.
That's what gets my a rich top.
And it should get everybody. That's what the point is. The point is it should get everybody.
If they've got that kind of money, they should not be taking a wage. If they're so dedicated to politics, they should do it for bloody free.
It's like the Panama Papers. You know what I mean? Everything that went on with David Cameron and all of these fucking fuck knuckle mates that were fucking chucking all their money in fucking, Panama and all that shit. Do you know what I mean? It was just, if you can't see the corruption, right, that goes on with how these people, and they go on with their political corruption, their fucking financial corruption, their fucking, all of this shit that goes on, and they just keep chucking it away, and then they make out it's like a gaslighting situation. They make out it's like your fault. It's like the whole climate change bullshit. That's a whole fucking other thing. But this is what it goes on. They kind of blame everybody else for their problems. Do you know what I mean? And
that's the whole entire point, Fluke. They cause problems, and the thing is, then obviously, then the public go and do things, and then they blame us for things that they're going to cause.
The public have lost their spirit to fight back. The spirit with COVID and everything else before that, there is no spirit now to fight back. There are very few of us that do.
Since they locked us down, them couple of years back, when they put these lockdowns in,
they didn't knock me down. I was back to my normal life.
The spirit of the British public.
They lost the spirit.
Glenn, they didn't lock me down, mate. I was doing what I was normally doing. They didn't knock me down. I won't complain about that fucking shit.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the general spirit.
I was lucky in class as a key worker because I worked in the food production industry, so I could travel, so I could get around. But a lot of people were furloughed.
Yeah,
I know, because they were happy to stay home.
People, even me.
No, they were happy. They were told to.
Even though I was mornings.
Okay,
but it's like
Dan, can I just
day release from my home? I couldn't travel around freely. It was just get up in the morning, go to work, come home, shut the door.
Right, Dan, I'm going to make something that just make a spark in people's brains, right? Right, we've got, and I can give you a quadruple amount of people that are involved in this shit, right? One of them is Al Gore, right? Al Gore is probably the foremost climate change bullshitters I've ever met in my life, right? He's a wanker, he's a cunt, and he's a fucking liar, right? Then you've got Barack Obama, another cunt and another liar. Then we've got Nancy Pelosi, another fucking bullshitting liar, right? Then we've got Bill Gates, another fucking lying bullshit cunt, right? And then you've got George W. Bush and George W. Bush Sr., who also are a bullshitting bunch of liars, right? And I'll tell you why they're a bunch of bullshitting liars, right? They all own, right? These people, right, give this bullshit fucking crap about fucking, the ice caps are going to melt and the sea levels are going to rise, and low-lying fucking low-lying sort of areas are going to fucking be swamped with oceans and
like worried if they reckon by 2050 I'm going to be underwater.
Yeah, exactly. It's a fucking bunch of bullshit. I'll tell you why it's a bunch of bullshit, right? And I'll fucking prove it to you right now. All of those people I just mentioned, and there's at least another 6 other people on that list, right? All of them own beachfront properties.
Yeah, of course they do.
Right? Why would you buy a beachfront property if you thought that the ice caps were going to melt and the low-lying areas were going to fucking be swamped with water? Right?
Devaluizes the price of the
because
property.
You're a lying bunch of fucking fuck knuckles. That's why. You're a lying bunch of bullshit.
Right, guys, I've got some other people in the background I'm going to start bringing on as well. Okay, just to mix
please do
things up.
that. Sorry, we've got arguing enough between us now.
No, it's all right. Aaron, do us a favour. Touch your nose, just so I know you're a real person. Sweet. Okay, bring you on. Futoy. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it or not.
Hi, Aaron.
How you doing? Yeah, sound.
Do us a favour, Futoy.
Aaron, give us a wave.
Put your left hand up in the air for us.
Good man.
Sorry, I'm looking at the telly. I've got to use it on the telly muted while I'm on the phone.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So,
Pop, could I ask you a favor? I'm up on my phone, right? Can you put the other picture that's the same as this up? That's my PC, and that's more comfortable for me.
Right,
it's
okay.
the same picture. Right. I'll leave on this account, okay?
I'm looking up at the thing in there.
All right, sorry about that, guys.
Guys, get a bit of feedback there. You must have two devices running.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Sorry, guys, about the feedback. I have my webcam for this thing.
Yeah, you
no worries. Welcome to the panel, Aaron and Jitsa. How are we doing?
Welcome.
How you doing?
How's it going? I just changed my name back. I had my name changed for something else.
No worries. What do you guys? Can you guys bring in anything to the conversation?
No, I've just listened to the last 15 minutes or so. What you were saying about what Tina was saying about the homelessness and stuff, and obviously there was some mention about, I don't know what that fella was called earlier on, but I won't start anyone off on that again because I don't really know what was going on down here all of it. But also was saying something about he was asking a question about why Rishi Sunak would give up £5 million a year or whatever it is to go and work for 125 grand a year. I think, in all honesty, this is just my perspective. And again, I don't want to start no one off arguing again, but in all honesty, I think we can all come up with these fucking, wet underpants answers about, oh, it's for this, it's for that. I think the answer is just because he's a cunt and he can. It's not about should or he shouldn't. Yeah, the fact of the matter is, mate, he's a fucking
That's actually summed the answer up right. Hit the nail on the head, that hasn't it?
I'm not trying to start. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody's opinions or anything like that as well. I'm not trying to do that. Don't get me wrong, but I think that, like I said, he's just and he's full of shit. He's a fucking sociopath. He's lying through his fucking. He's lying so bad. He might as well be lying down because he's so bad at it. At least, and I'm not again. Don't want to use that feel about Bozza. Me personally, I think he was a lovable handicap, but just my perspective, I think the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. And for my personal opinion, I think that everyone's saying about different bits and pieces and stuff, but I think we all know why they do it because they can. They got power. Like Tina said, certain people got certain things. We're the ones that need it. It's rightly so, isn't it? It's what do you like to call it now? The food chain, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Money talks and bullshit walks at the end of the day. I was just
about to say that. Money talks, doesn't it? It's like a pecking order, isn't it? The more you got, the more you get.
That's it. I mean, look, something I want to say. It's kind of off the subject, but it's kind of related, and it's gonna revert back to a little bit of what was said earlier on with the person who shall not be named for whatever reason. But there was people being homeless and stuff like that. Now, Tina, you probably know this yourself, and I don't know what the exact numbers are, so forgive me if I don't have the right numbers. But there are around about 145 to 170,000 Gypsy, Roma, Irish travellers in this country right now.
Yeah.
From, I think, not the last census, maybe the census before that. And Tina, you would know as well, being down in the West Country or that even deeper than that, that homelessness amongst gypsies and travellers is a massive problem. Even though we can live in caravans, we don't have nowhere to put them. So
that's exactly right. Because as a city where I live, as an urban area, we can't accommodate caravans. However, the rural areas can. So what we do, we have a gypsy liaison officer in Devon actually set up that she coordinates all of the gypsy camps that are around. So when they come to us, we basically say, we're sorry, we can't help you. The city doesn't have the land, but what we're going to do is refer you to the other authorities that do. And they do get sent. So
yeah, I know I've got a GTLO myself, but that's what I'm saying. It's like little different things that have been said today is what I wanted to bring up. But there's a lot of stuff. I think there's a lot of stuff I could probably get into, but I probably won't for the minute. But I can see everyone.
Can I just make a point?
Yeah, go on.
Go on, mate.
You know, it's like, so, you know, don't get me wrong about the gypsy thing. Do you know what I mean? I haven't got a problem with that. I lived in a caravan for 5 years, so you know, I haven't got a problem with that.
I'm in one.
When we get back to the actual fucking problem that we have a political problem where we've got a bunch of fucking nihilistic fucking political parasites, right? Dictating what you can and can't do. And if we can't get our head around the basics of this, right? You can't go to school, you can't go to work, you can't open your shop, you can't open your store, you can't open your business, you can't do this, you can't do that, you've got a social distance, if you can't get your fucking head around that bullshit, right? You need to take a long, hard look in the mirror.
Yeah, but Fluke,
right?
Listen, I'm going to say something on this COVID shit, right? And this is 2 years ago. You're going on about. Listen, I was in jail during the COVID. Yeah, I done 11 months of jail during fucking nightmare. It was absolute hell. I know you had it bad outside being locked down, but imagine being locked down for 6, 7, 8 days at a time, not knowing if you're going to get a shower, not being able to get out and get your food. Not even getting fed sometimes because there's not enough staff to do it, and you're locked down and you're stinking and you're in a cell with another man. You just picture that for a minute. You're going on about all these wankers in Parliament. Yeah, they're all wankers in Parliament. What are we going to do about it? Listen,
I'll tell you what we're going to do about it, right? Is you need to stop complying with the bullshit.
I don't comply
because hang on a minute, right? Right? You're the one that did the crime. You do the time, right? That's your fucking problem, not mine. Not mine. Right? I didn't commit any crimes, and I don't have to fucking abide by any of their bullshit because I didn't commit any crimes.
All right, but at no point in time did I say my ass was innocent. I wasn't in the right to being in jail. Listen,
mate, if you did the wrong thing, then that, you know, and you accepted and hold your hands up, then that's fine.
But that's what he said. He's not. Let me just say, sorry, Aaron. But this is what Aaron never meant. Aaron wasn't doing a sympathy thing, saying I shouldn't have been in there or nothing. He was just trying to explain what it was like inside. I know somebody that's in on an indeterminate prison sentence, and they've told me it's exactly the same thing of what it was like, you know, and it's
okay.
Right,
can I respond to that?
It's just what's happened to the system and how it fucking fell apart, not the fact that you was in there.
Right, we're not talking about criminal, we're talking about civil.
Yeah, but,
right?
Hold on,
so can I respond to that, Dan?
Let me just say 1 minute, one second, one thing. Pat, you're from Merseyside, didn't you?
Well, I'm in Merseyside, yeah.
Whereabouts?
Sefton.
All right, so your pick is Walton, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, Walton is locked down right now because there's no water. Category B prison, 1,200 prisoners, no water. People getting 2 bottles of water a day. Wash yourself or drink it. That's the option. What are you going to say about that, Fluke? Is that some fucking conspiracy theory or something, Mush?
Well, I'll tell you what it's about. I'll tell you what it's about. Do you want an answer to that question?
One second.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you an answer to that question, right? And it might make you be very surprised, right? In 2001, Theresa May inaugurated the first fucking private prison system in the United Kingdom.
G4S.
Right?
I know. Yes, I know.
Yeah. Right. G4S. Right.
Yeah.
Her husband was a director of G4S.
Yeah,
right?
I know. I was abused in G4S prison while under his regime. Yes, I know.
Right. And this is what I'm trying to express to people. Right. We now if people understand what goes on in a private prison system, right? A private prison system needs what? What does a private prison system need?
Return customers.
Water.
Thank you
It
very
needs
much.
water.
Money.
It needs repeat.
And it needs water. They don't have any at the moment.
Little stones.
Water's irrelevant. It needs repeat customers.
Okay.
It's a business. It's no different than anything else.
We have to
If
change.
you've got a
don't
barber
need repeat
shop,
customers. There's plenty of new ones coming
hang
up.
on. If you've got a barber shop, you need repeat customers. That's how you make money. If you've got a mechanic shop and you fixing cars, you need repeat customers.
And
it's no different. It's no different if you're a private prison system. You need repeat customers. So
And
what
if
they
you're
do is
politician,
they lock
you need
people
voters.
up. They lock people up rather than they don't want to. These businesses, they don't want to teach you carpentry or electronics or to become an electrician or any of these things. They don't want to teach you any of that shit. They want to lock. They want to
They
lock.
give you a trade at the end.
No, they
Yeah, but
want
it's
to
the
lock
courts
you
that
up.
lock people up,
for
not the
26
private
they want
companies.
to lock. Can I finish what I'm saying?
Of course
What
you can.
I'm trying to say is these people want to lock you up for 23 hours a day because what they want is you don't want to learn anything new. And when you do get out of that fucking prison system, you go back out in society and you've got no fucking accomplishments whatsoever. What's going to happen? You're going to commit more
So you have
crimes.
lived
And you
experience
go
of this.
back. You go straight back to the prison system, and that's how they make their money.
Right.
I'm sorry, Aaron. Sorry, I will let you speak straight after. Sorry, I don't doubt that some people in the system will get trained up doing something. But the majority of people, because they have to, they've got to show the government that they're doing something in order to keep these contracts. And they must have, the government have got to turn around and say, right, you must, for example, have a minimum of X amount of people doing a particular course. But the general idea of running a for-profit prison is repeat custom. So I have to agree with Fluke on that. But I don't doubt for 1 minute that there are people that are being given skills whilst they're in prison. But it's only the only a basic number of, in the private prisons, it's only a basic number of people that get to go on these courses. Everybody else is a case of lost cause. Let's hope they come back in and we make some more fucking money off of them.
Right. Can I just say a couple
That
of
is
things?
the point. I think the point I just wanted to make was.
So do we hear what Aaron was going to say? Fluke, Aaron was talking and it was his turn, mate. Let other people talk in the panel because it's not fair if you do all the talking, right? No,
just let Aaron.
I'll give everybody a chance. Yeah, I haven't even got a word in edgeways here, but I think Aaron. I'm interested in what he has to say. Yeah, but I'm interested in what he has to say because it was actually his turn there.
Aaron's speak.
So I just wanted to make a point. And the point was, and I think it's a valid point, right? Is the point I'm trying to make.
Right.
Is if you've got a private prison system, right? It relies on, just like any business, if you have a business that you're a barber shop and you need repeat customers, do you know what I mean? You're relying on those repeat customers.
Right.
If you've got a bakery store, and in the morning, can you let me finish?
Right, you're right. But we've said
if you go through the same system every time and time again, it's like it doesn't matter what business you run, you need repeat customers. Now, what you have with the private prison system is you need to have guys that come into the prison system and they're locked down 23 hours a day and they get no fucking nothing. They don't get
to go out and they repeat offend. Yeah, we got
They
that.
don't get to learn how to be a carpenter
and
or
repeat
a
the fact that
plumber or an
yeah,
electrician.
yeah,
or-
we got this, Fluke. We got it.
Yeah,
you know,
we
mate,
got
like,
that.
it's
20
not
hours
like
a day, 1 hour,
That's,
7
obvious
the
stuff.
point. That's
You
the
know
point.
what I mean? Right,
When
fair enough.
in
Go ahead, Aaron.
actually, let me make a point, right? In
Another one.
in
Another point.
2000 in
This is the
2001,
Fluke show.
Hang on, Fluke. Come on.
in
Because Aaron's
2000 can I make a
Fluke,
point?
Aaron's
Right.
Aaron wanted
Right,
to
in
speak.
2001, right? Because anybody else know what happened in 2001?
The
No,
Queen,
shut up.
remember,
Queen was
Tina, do you remember when you were saying the people aren't,
what happened in 2001?
I couldn't give 2001. I want to listen to Aaron right now.
Okay, well, what happened in 2001 was...
okay, but
No,
you know what
I
happened
want to
in
listen to what
2001?
Aaron's got to say.
Loads happened, mate.
I don't give 2 pounds. What happened in
We all know
2001?
this. We all know this. We all know this, mate. We
Right,
all know
okay.
this.
Well, go on then. You
know
tell
it.
me what happened in 2001.
No, I wanted to hear what Aaron has to say. 'Cause It's actually his turn to speak. Mate.
Nobody cares.
We'll come back. We'll come back
Go ahead,
to that.
Aaron.
All right, sorry.
I really really interested in what you had to say. I was like
First,
waiting for it.
I'm gonna go back a little bit. I'm gonna go back to a couple of things that were said. And I'm just gonna say, and I'm gonna say this very quickly. I'm not disagreeing that prisons for profit and all that stuff, even normal HM prisons need repeat offenders. That's not the point, right? The point is, if you're going to say about a system that's in place, etc., to stop people from reoffending, we need to change the system in which they come out into. Okay, let me say something. Since 1974, the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act has never been amended in favour of offenders. The Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. Let me explain this, right? I come out of prison in 2020 during the COVID. It was the 30th of June I was released, right? I was back in prison by the 12th of August. My own doing, right? Because I wouldn't get moved. My probation officer wouldn't move me out of a bail hostel in Liverland, which is in Sefton. You might know that, Pat. There was a little shooting up there just after I got recalled. They wouldn't move me out of a house where I was living with smacking crackheads, right? Now listen, I don't do them sort of people. I don't like them, right? They wouldn't move me, so I breached. I got sent back to jail. Come back out within 26 days. Boom, I'm back in jail again. Right, let me explain something, right? Since I've come out, I've been out nearly 2 years now, yeah? It'll be 2 years in March. I've not had no training from probation. I'm off them now, but it don't matter. I've had no training from probation, had no support, no encouragement, nothing. All they wanted was to recall me for some bullshit they couldn't prove. They couldn't prove it. So what they tried to do is they tried to get me to incriminate myself. And because I wouldn't do that, they cut me off. Now since then, I've managed to change myself, right? I've had jobs, I've worked for the local council, I've had obviously not myself physically, I've not had the baby, but my girlfriend's had a baby, you know, I'm doing good. I'm doing better now on my own stuff, struggling.
Nice one, mate.
Than I could ever do with the so-called support of the rehabilitation system. Now, whilst you're in prison, you're right, there are certain people that get them courses that you're talking about, carpentry, welding, etc., but they are the people what we would call screw boys, yeah? People that will suck the arse off the screws to get whatever it is they want. If you don't want to jump through the hoop like a circus dolphin, you ain't getting nothing. And sometimes it's just not right for you to do that. Do you get what I mean? But something else that you said,
I was thinking
Luke,
more about people that run like long-term sentences.
Yeah, but it's for people. They give what
Yeah,
they want
so
to who they
cat-
like.
You see how it works.
They-
If you can see how it works, they play you off against your own prisoners. So they play you against yourself. So they say, "Oh, well, Pap is a screw and Fluke's a screw," and they play you against you. Do you know what I mean? They like if Pap wants to do the right thing, and I want to go against the whole system, then they just play you off against each other. That's exactly what the whole fucking point of this is.
We are
because at the end of the day, the more people that they can keep in prison, the more money they make. That's the point.
But you're missing the point. It's not about.
Oh, I'm missing the point. The point is, the more people they keep. Hang on, let's keep it simple, mate. the more people they keep in prison, the more money they make.
Silence!
Name and badge number. Name and badge number. You sausage.
Rod, there it is. There it is. Read it yourself. Roger, just had your hand up a second.
Yeah, wait till they finish. I got a question for Fluke.
You know what I mean? Like,
how many times have you been in prison, Fluke?
Fortunately, I don't commit crimes.
Well,
so
then how the fucking hell can you tell people who have what it's like in there?
Well, I'm not saying what it's like.
Good question.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were.
Well, do you want to listen to my answer or not?
Well, you don't shut up when we're trying to answer you, do you?
If you ask me, mate. Like,
Fluke, it's not. We're not able to have a conversation with you. You're just telling us stuff, and you're not conversation. You're telling us stuff.
My answer to
and it's
you
pretty obvious stuff.
Question,
like
that's
really
the
obvious
dumbest,
stuff.
That is the dumbest question I've ever heard in my
Oh,
life.
come on, mate! Stop insulting
Now,
people.
the point is, it's not about whether I'm right or wrong. The point is
bloody obvious.
Is the system working for us as a people or against us as a people? And they're working against us as a people. Because the longer they can keep you in prison, hang on.
Depends on
the
which
longer
side
you're telling us stuff.
The longer they can keep
This
you
is
in prison,
40-year-old information. Why do you think we don't know this? What is it about us that you think we don't know this? And this is all new information you're telling us. It's obvious.
Why didn't you say that 10 minutes ago then?
Because you wouldn't shut up and let him.
You can't get away with an edgeways, mate. It's the Fluke show. I wanted to say hello to Pap. I've been watching you for ages. I decided to come on one of your panels. My mates are big supporters of you. I think you know one. His name is Mellows.
Bye, babe.
Over in Gypsy. Yeah, Mellows is a good mate of mine. He's the whole group over there is a big supporter of your channel and yourself, of course. You know.
But the whole point
it's nice,
it's
nice
the
to
end of
meet
the
you.
day, it's about
Nice to meet you
people
too, mate.
making
You know,
money
it's been a
out of
while.
other people's suffering. That's what it is about. That's what it's about.
Yeah. 40 years
and
ago.
You either support it or you don't support it, and that's up to
Tina.
you.
Yes, Tina.
Right, shush. Okay, please. I worked for the Offender Service since 2013 with young offenders. I also work for the National Offenders Management Service. Yeah, you can do that too, but I had a fucking real job, you tosspot. So basically, I work for NOMS, National Offenders Management Service, Ministry of Justice, and to sign the Official Secrets Act, and I work for the HMPS services. I had to get out a jail card with my mugshot on it. I could get in and out of any prison. I went to see the conditions in these prisons where these people were being kept locked up. The programs you talk about were stopped years ago. There's very few people that can access it. When we used to go in there, we teach them drugs and alcohol issues. We go through life experiences issues. So when they came out, they knew how to claim their benefits. They knew how to access housing. In my city, there was a 27-bed unit. They would go straight in there, and wherever they came from, we'd make sure they had housing to go to and the potential of a job. So I have worked in this field a long fucking time. So don't tell me I don't know what I'm doing. That's it. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, they still do bits like that now in some places.
They do, yeah, but very little.
Can I
They
just
cut the funding for it.
Yeah, very
I've
little.
got time, and I do apologise.
Yeah.
Like you say, the social care. I mean, I've been quite lucky, you know, because being ex-services, I got in a bit of bother last year and that, and then there's a group. You've probably heard of Project Nova.
Yep. There's loads of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Project Nova. They've supported me all the way through, and then Safa, they've supported me all the way through. But I'm lucky. I could say I'm a lucky one because I'm ex-British Army personnel. Maybe have I got that little bit extra support than someone every day on the street who gets in trouble with the law's got?
Yeah. But it's a white service.
Dave Kelly's put, don't break the law, you won't go to prison. Well, can I just say, I've broken the law and I've never been to prison.
Can I?
So
I didn't break the law and nearly went to prison.
I just want to ask one question, right? Before I don't want to take up any more time, but I just want to ask everyone one question, right? If a person of an ethnic minority, being that black, Asian, or minority ethnic, which Gypsy Traveller comes under minority ethnic groups, right? If a black person is called the sickest word they can be called as the N-word, and they punch somebody in the mouth, is that justified? Can I just ask? Who thinks it's justified? Raise your hand for me, yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Well, years ago, let me just say, years ago, I mean, I'm nearly 54. When I was in my 20s and stuff like that, early 20s, if you give someone a load of gob in a pub, like you effing fucking piece of shit and all that, and they turn around and lamps you, end of it. You opened your mouth, someone shut it, or someone opened their mouth to me, I'll turn around and go, fuck off, mate, I'm not interested. They keep on, I'll turn around and just go, fucking pop, have that. And nothing else was said. And if the old Bill got involved, whoever got fucking assaulted, they'd sort it out there and then on the street and say it was your own fucking fault.
Right.
I
We
didn't
mean
understand
to
this question.
ethnic minorities there, yeah.
Let me just say this, right? I was in a workplace environment, right, where there was a blanket
Right,
ban.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to interrupt
hold on,
because I didn't understand the
No,
question.
can you just let Aaron finish, please?
There was a
Let Aaron
blanket ban
finish.
of people from my community, right? And I had to week in and weekend out listen to disgusting abuse about my community, right? Now, listen, I'm not your stereotype. I didn't come out the mother's womb with a quiff, slick back quiff, and cuff jeans and a tight t-shirt. I didn't come out like that, right? That's not the stereotype I want to be looking for. But I didn't tell these people about my ethnicity until I got too pissed off to listen to any more of it. Now, when I was out drinking as a civilian, some cheeky little cunt, right? Excuse my language, thought he could call me a pikey and get away with it. And he found out short sharp that he fucking couldn't. Now, I ended up doing jail time for it. And I'm not saying that it was wrong, right? But let me tell you what really pisses me off about it. I had to wait 9 months for the case to get to fucking court. And this was before COVID. So I could have done my sentence in and out, snippity snap, pop, off you go. But I had to wait 9 months, for the gathers to stop wanking, right? For me to go to court, right?
Yeah.
Now, I still got jailed for it, which I think was disgusting. That's the only thing that pisses me off. So when we come to this, well, when we come to this subject, it's not a subject, but when people want to say about don't break the law, you won't go to prison, this, that, and the other, I'm not being funny, but you pay your council taxes like a good little muppet all these years. You stop paying your council taxes, they can send you to prison for that. You don't pay your TV license, they can send you to prison for that. You listen, people go to prison for all different sorts of things. You don't have to be fucking, but pedos aren't going to jail. So whoever that muppet wank was in the fucking comments,
They're getting
maybe you want to go and tell the mush about all the pedos.
Family teachers getting done for it.
Fucking jail, because that's what Pat's channel's about, covering the crimes and stuff like that. Because you see him every week. He says, "Oh, this pedo got 12 months in jail," and there's a little stop, and there's a look on his face, and you know what he's gonna fucking say before he even says it.
Yeah.
You get what I mean?
Suspended.
And it's like, you know, what the fuck? I mean,
there seems to be different aspects of the law. It's like with myself. I mean, back in April last year, I had a very drunken, violent, aggressive person try forcing entry to my home.
I'd have killed him. Bomb. Done.
Finished. And I refused access to that person. I'm not going to go into details of the person because at the moment it's obviously going through the legal process. I refused access to my home to them. They decided that they were going to force entry and come in. So I pushed that person back from my caravan door and they fell down 4 steps and broke a bone in their shoulder. Now, I've been charged in January this year. Was it January or February this year? After police investigation, held in custody, this and that. I've been charged with Section 20 GBH without intent. And I'm in Crown Court.
Glenn, just be careful what you say in case it impacts on what's coming up.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. I've got to go to Crown Court because I pleaded not guilty.
Yeah, but you're perfectly within your right to defend your home. There was a case.
Yeah.
There was a case about 5 years ago in Lewisham in southeast London. 2 travellers broke into an old fella's house. He went downstairs to see what the ruckus was. They were in the kitchen, rifling through the drawers. He went in the drawer. He grabbed a screwdriver instead of a knife, and he killed the young fella. Now, fair enough, he killed someone, and he was looking at manslaughter. But he was entitled to defend his home. Any person is entitled to defend their home.
But you go back. What? If you remember the farmer, Tony Martin?
Yeah, but there are laws as old as the land that say an Englishman's home is his castle. Do you get what I mean? So the way I see it is, look.
Yeah, but I think within reason.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But
Yo, do you remember the Tony Mason case?
Everyone has their own different perspective. I mean, if you break
The
in
one
my house,
where
you
they shot
ain't
the kid in the back.
Do you know what I mean? But there comes a limit, and you know, in everything there's a limit, and in everything sometimes people are so desperate they have to do what they have to do, which doesn't comply with the system, and it's just that one big merry-go-round we're all stuck on. At the end of the day, it's like I said before, it's one sick game of chess, and we all suffer.
Well, they don't want you. They don't want you defending yourself, because what if you defend yourself against illegal arrests?
This is why they're taking everyone's ability to protect them. That's why they took everybody's ornamental weapons and samurai swords hanging on the wall and all the rest of it. The reason they took it, or the reason that they made that legislation, is so when the shit hits the fan, nobody's got anything to fight with. We have to go in the shit.
We're all afraid and timid and obedient.
And that's why you can't put glass on top of your walls and stuff anymore. You know, because in case it injures them people that try and climb over.
You know what? When Tina was saying that the people aren't fighting back or the people aren't standing up, do you know what I think it is with a lot of people is that we're so bombarded with trying to keep the electric on, to feed the kids, to get the Christmas presents, to buy the iPhones, that we don't have time to be activists or stand up to the government or question anybody. We're running around trying to stay alive, you know? That's all that's on our heads.
But you don't have to go out and do any you don't have to go out and do marches. You can just send emails. You can email from all of your MPs, all of your councillors, white letters.
Right. There's people like us who are standing up, you know. There's Pep's channel, there's other channels, you know. You know, there's some people. I don't blame somebody with 4 kids who's trying to give them the best life they can. I don't blame them for not doing it, right? Not doing anything. They don't want to get in trouble. They don't want to get arrested. They have to go to work every day. You know what I mean?
But it's not a matter. If you start talking to they start writing letters and start putting the law forward that they've got to follow, it does work. It does work. Especially in the topics we've talked about tonight, it does work. The more you push, the more they got to pay attention.
It doesn't work.
Go on, Fluke. You wanted to say something. I can see you twitching.
Right. It doesn't work. Right.
Oh, shit.
You go back to the beginning of the pandemic, right? And we had these guys doing, kind of like, oh, we're going to do this, pandemic research, and we're going to do this, we're going to, get all these politicians and denigrate them and say like they've committed crimes and this, that, and the other, and it was just bullshit. It was absolute bullshit. None of it happened. You know, there was that guy that did that. What was it? The criminal court in the UK, like doing the whole sort of UK court. What was it? The UK criminal court, and then there was another one that was like. It was just bullshit. It was just bullshit after bullshit after bullshit, and none of it came to fucking fruition. None of it. You know what I mean?
Listen,
none of it.
Nothing that the government ever says comes to fruition.
No, I'm talking about independent people trying to hold the government accountable. That was the point.
But
where are those people now? Where are those people now?
They're
nowhere to be seen. They were bullshit. They were bullshit, and they were liars, and they were fuckers.
Individually, we'll get nowhere. Okay, and this is why we need. This is why people. This is It's why I keep saying to people, stop letting the government and all the rest of it divide us into these little groups. Okay, we are a nation. We are a human race. We are a nation of people that we all have to live in these borders. Okay, and we all have to get on. All right. So when we've got people trying to stick the fox in the fucking hen house and cause issues, so to speak. Okay, that is what we need to be fighting against, not each other.
Yeah.
Well, I said that in a video in the week, didn't I? It don't matter whether you're black, white, pink, blue, fucking brown, whether you got slanted eyes, whether you swing left, right, up the arse, up the front, wherever, until they all come together.
Oh, come no babies. Oh, sorry, that's a bit too much.
68 million people live in the United Kingdom. 68 million live in the United Kingdom. There's only 800 in Parliament.
They say
that 10%. And bought baseball bats and run up on Parliament. I'm telling you now, the Gathers ain't doing nothing. We just run up on them. This country, let me explain something.
No, that's how you give them power, mate. Aaron, when you do violence, you give them power to lock you up.
If you're entertaining people, then
can I just be informative for once?
It's worth it. But
Go on, Princess.
This country 11 years ago had a massive uprising.
It's very rare.
Over the killing of a drug dealer. Since then, the government has been paranoid that more and more riots are going to break out, more and more protests are going to turn violent. They haven't got the police personnel to deal with it. If we continue to allow,
look at Bristol last year.
Sometimes radical groups or these people that can't control themselves like normal individuals, and I'm not saying that I'm perfect because I'm far from it, but if we keep allowing violent outbursts and stuff like that within society, then we're going to end up oppressed like other countries are, and we're going to end with like However, if we educate ourselves, and like Tina said about sending emails and stuff like that, if we use a paper-based system to challenge the law like I do, I'm not legally registered. I'm registered under common law. I've got a common law birth certificate. I only act under common law. I only uphold common law. I don't speak to police about anything that's got the word act on the end of it. If you don't know the act, don't tell me about it. Exit stage left. Thank you very much. Off you go. I'll see you later. I don't want a contract. It's done and dusted. But if we as people know our rights,
for me is just really baffling and
we're going to be better off.
And I'd rather just not be asked.
Do you know what I mean? This violence isn't going to solve anything. But
no, it doesn't.
You can't talk to these people. We can't talk to them. But then violence doesn't work. So we're kind of
flaggers.
Sorry, everyone. Like,
I reminds me of the time when R9 Gamer tripped over that thing.
I just wanted to say something, Matt.
Can I please tell you something? Oh, sorry,
what a surprise!
Somebody needs to talk.
Yeah,
can I just say something for once that's informative? And it's just something about what Fluke was saying about where these people are now. And it's just this one person. Do you know, during the Brexit campaign and stuff like that, there was that lady. Oh my God, what the hell's the name gone to now? Bloody hell. What was her name? She took the government to court.
Was that Gina? Gina, oh, what's her surname? Gina something.
Yeah, Gina Miller. Yeah. So Miller. Gina Miller. Yeah, and she just came literally from a legal background. She was thinking that like all these things within the Brexit campaign were all wrong, only because it wasn't necessarily, in the end, it wasn't about the whole. She was fighting Brexit, and then when we had to accept that it was happening, she was then trying to point out all the different problems that we would come across, like the Irish border and stuff like that, and the government taking no notice. But she's gone on now and she started her own like new party to become into government, and admittedly you have to start off more with every party, don't you? It's like you can't just expect to have like loads of seats, loads of votes, because everything starts off small, but it's just like a little movement. And she started up what's called the True and Fair party, and it's basically about, and it's simply called like cleaning up politics, modernizing democracy and fighting corruption. And she's coming from a fair place, you know, and it's just, for me, it's something refreshing, something new, something different, something that's not part of what we've all been brought up in. Do you know, it's either like the left or the right. And I remember back in 2002, I think it was, when the Labour government brought in the child trust funds, and in that it was where they were putting in, weren't they, putting so much money into them child trust funds, which then meant that by the time that child reached 18 years of age, they would have enough money that would take them over the amount that they were able to be entitled to claim any benefit. So in that way, they would have then not been able to claim any benefits when they reached 18. But then since then, the government came in, well, the Conservative government, and scrapped it. And so if they're wanting to try and save money, at least it would have been a good idea in the saving money sense, like for 18-year-olds not to be able to claim like ESA, whatever, unless you've got physical disabilities or mental disabilities. Then it would mean that young, whatever year-old, 18-year-olds have the finances there to go out. They'll have money to get a job, driving license, a car, enough to take them over that threshold where they say if you've got X amount in your account, then you can't claim certain money, can you? Do you know what I mean? I don't know what the limit is, but if they'd stuck to that and the Conservatives had stuck to that, then where would we be now? That's just what I've got to say. I think that's the only sensible thing I think I've ever said on this channel.
Well said, Angela. It's £6,000.
Like, at which point do you not understand that it doesn't matter which political party is going to give you so much benefit to do so much thing, or it doesn't matter. They don't give a shit about you. What you need to understand is the fact that it doesn't matter if it's Conservative or Labour, they're not in charge, right? The people that are in charge of Labour and government and Conservatives don't give two flying fucks about your benefits, right? They don't give two shits.
No,
right?
I wasn't referring to. I wasn't referring to my own benefits. I wasn't referring.
I'm in the same situation, so don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying to you,
I wasn't referring to my benefits.
They don't give a fuck about how you vote, where you vote, what you, whether you're a Tory or a Labour or Liberal Democrat or this, that, and the other. They don't give two shits about that.
No.
Right. So all they care about is the fact that can they pay you off, right? Can they give you enough money for you to survive on a day-to-day basis? Yes, they can.
No, they can't. Well, they think they can,
but they fucking will. They fucking will.
They'll try. Yeah, they will, and they'll make you accept that.
What is
and there's no way for anybody
basic,
to.
What is universal basic income if it isn't fucking paying you off? That's what universal basic income is.
Yeah, I appreciate that. What my point is,
what do you think about
it doesn't matter
mega prisons
black or white or whether you're a lesbian or fucking this, that, and the other. It doesn't matter. Universal basic income.
No.
That's what you're going to get.
I appreciate that. What I'm
That's
saying,
what you're going to get. Honestly, go down 2 years down the line, and I'll guarantee you'll be getting universal basic income. That's what fucking every one of these
I'm not disagreeing.
That's what all of these politicians
straight up.
fucking...
I'm not disagreeing.
Well, and then, but you want
I'm
to
not disagreeing, Luke. I'm not disagreeing.
Guys, can I ask Pap a question? Do you mind?
I said I'm not disagreeing.
That's your future. That's
Pap,
your future.
I'm not disagreeing.
What do you think about the
Are you incapable of listening? I said I am not.
He is incapable.
I am not disagreeing with you, Luke.
Right, Futoy. It's how you pronounce it, Futoy.
Futoy, yeah. Futoy.
All right, go on, mate.
I think it's 6 or 7, but I wonder why nobody's talking about the mega prisons that are being built in England. I think there's 6 or 7 of them, wasn't it?
Yeah.
4.
Yeah. Five Wells is the most recent one in Wellingborough, Northamptonshire. It's just been built. It's fucking massive. It's state of the art. It's been a proper holiday.
Mate, I've been talking about this for 10 years and nobody's listening to me.
Yeah, non-stop.
What are they expecting? Like what's coming? What is it? Why so many at one time?
I think it's what they called. It's preempting the coming days. Like I said,
the coming days.
They've already taking away, as I said a minute ago, our ability to defend off by taking away any possibility of having
little
ornaments and shit on the walls and all that stuff that might be used to protect ourselves. And I think these prisons are for exactly that. It's for when the shit hits the fan. I think they know it's going to happen. So they're
for the new human rights.
I'm sorry, I think you might want to go into a prison at the moment.
Pat, it's not
You get
about that.
preheating,
It's not about that.
food.
It's about getting as many people into
Honestly,
the
to God, there's
There's
not
going to be a mass holding
so
centre.
they can make as much
when the
money
British
as they
public do
can.
kick off, when the British public do kick off and say, right, we've had a bloody enough of this, right? The government will put emergency powers in to nick you for like saying boot to a farmyard goose, clunk click, in you go.
Yeah, Fluke's gone now.
Well, if they get the new rights bill in,
good.
they'll be able to
Fluke,
imprison you for 10 years just for disagreeing with them. So there you go.
I think
I wouldn't be saying boot to a farmyard goose. I'd be saying fuck off, because they're horrible.
I think Fluke's gone because none of you
Never
would
say fuck off to a farmyard goose, princess, because it will bite you up the back of the leg, and I'll tell you what, it fucking hurts.
Get me. It's straight up will. And I know I've been bitten on my arse before and everything. Lovable little things.
I think Fluke's gone because none of you would let him have his say.
Yeah, we talked over him so
no.
You take
I'm going to have ours now.
Do you think that they're going for the American model? Where
I'm just very baffled. It had his say and his say and his say.
If
I agreed with him, and he said I was still disagreeing.
Yeah.
He wasn't having a conversation with us. He was telling us things.
Long enough for anybody to agree with him.
Yeah, he just wanted to tell people things. He doesn't want to listen.
No,
he doesn't want to have a conversation.
It's a bit like Crinkle, isn't it? See, like something with Crinkle. Crinkle will keep putting this point over, but you can never get in to say anything to Crinkle.
Yeah, the same thing. Yeah, exactly the same thing. Yeah.
Just to let you know, he's just to let you know, he's sitting in the
People say there that I agree with. Just saying.
Hang on. Just to let you know, Crinkle's sitting in the back room here waiting to come on. He's not coming on, but I'm just letting you know that he's sitting there.
I do agree with some things Crinkle says. I do agree with some things Crinkle says about immigration, though, to be fair.
No, I don't. No.
I just think, to be fair, I don't think, because...
That's a sore point, immigration. I mean, I live on the Kent coast, and I get it every day.
Yeah,
we are an island, and we are trying to accommodate the people who live here. That's not working.
We're an island and we're full.
In my city alone, there are 10,000 people in temporary private accommodation that the council are paying for, costing millions of pounds. Millions every year. Yes.
Yeah, but not working people that are in temporary accommodation, they're not.
Huh?
The UK is an island.
Pardon?
Oh,
and we're full.
And what my point is, people that are working here, that are in temporary accommodation, they aren't getting it paid for by the government. And the thing is, that with the government and with temporary accommodation, what they're doing is they are using. No, the thing is, honestly, temporary accommodation, the councils use private companies who can then increase their rent 150% to rent out their rooms, and so they're the ones, and the people that own that property, are people who used to work for the homelessness departments, and that is in Swale Council, 100%. If whoever said then that they're on the Kent coast, Swale Council, and it's a company called bollocks. Paramount Housing.
Good name for
they're a private, and they are who provide.
Functional.
They provide temporary accommodation and at the inflation rate of 150% rent.
No, they can't do that. If it's a private sector landlord, this is how it works. This is written in stone. They rent the properties to the council. The council pays for all the maintenance and upgrades it. The rent is set just slightly above a social tenancy. So those who are working don't have high rent. That's been the same for nearly 30 years. So we took
Not
on
in temporary
private.
accommodation. It's
Yeah,
not in temporary accommodation.
This is temporary accommodation. You've got several types. You've got basically bed and breakfast. Now, my area stopped using bed and breakfast 20 years ago. That is no place to put people with families or mental health issues or disabilities. So we went to the private sector. They gave us disabled bungalows. They gave us bed and breakfast that we turned into flats. So these people had flats. They had their own home. It's still temporary accommodation. The rents are slightly above what a council tenancy would cost. They pay a small amount of money. Some get housing benefit for it if they're on a low income. That's what private temporary accommodation is. That's exactly what's been set up for the past 30 years. We've got hundreds of them in the city.
I'll send you a link, Tina. I'll send you a link. I promise you.
Yeah, I know.
Tina, Tommy AU.
No, I'm just saying that. I'm recently.
38,000 in
Sorry.
hotels, costing the UK 7 mil a day.
That's correct. That's
crazy.
The thing is, though, right? That, I mean, I've seen a couple of stories of establishment owners being offered tens of £1,000s a week or a month to take in people. Now, the government are paying way more than they need to be paying. Okay, to persuade people to take these people in.
Yeah.
Now, if the government had turned around and said, right, okay, there's a situation going on, we're going to get an we know we're going to get an influx of people coming here looking for asylum because we always fucking do. So let's immediately try and get as many people off the streets as possible. Okay, it's going to be cheaper for them to do that, I think, in my opinion, to get as many people off the streets as possible into housing, deal with that situation, and then when we get people come over, we will see what we've got left. Okay, then we will put up as many people as we can, and once we've done that, we can't do no more. But they're leaving people on the streets, and they're filling up hotels. They're paying ridiculously over the odds in rent for places just to persuade people to take people on. They shouldn't have to persuade people. You know, they shouldn't have to say, well, okay, your rent, what's your rent? Okay, 400 quid a month. All right, we'll give you 1,500 quid a month, just so they say, yes, we'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're paying for it.
That was the Mad Hatter Hotel, wasn't it, where she was offered £10,000 a week?
Yeah,
and she
it's down
yeah.
here in Kent. There's been a few hoteliers been on our local news, have turned down the government offer. They're private run family businesses. They've built up this business over the years. So it's like a country retreat hotel. Yeah, probably 3 to 4 star accommodation, but they accommodate weddings, christenings, you name it. Their books are booked. And the Home Office offered this hotelier for a 12-month contract with 48 rooms, over £1 million for a 12-month contract to house our visitors.
Yeah.
And he said, no. He said, this hotel is a local community hotel. I have an open bar, an open restaurant. You don't have to be a resident to come here and have a drink, to have a meal. I supply, I've got over 50 weddings booked for 2023, this and that. And he said, no. He says, because if I do that, my reputation as a hotelier will go down the drain.
Yes.
Literally go down the drain. And he said after 12 months, if they get rehoused, moved on, which is no guarantee, people will probably look around and go, stuff that place. And he said, then the business will go bust.
It's fucked, yeah.
Exactly right.
This one will surprise you. And I think Latoya will back me up on this.
He said, no, stick your £1 million up
Hang
your
on a
arse.
minute, Glenn. Hang on a minute, mate.
All right, mate,
Latoya,
sorry.
now, am I right in saying that they were kicking students out and making them live in tents in the gardens of the Irish colleges so they could put the fucking immigrants in there?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I wanted to say to you guys. It's not just England; it's Ireland too.
Ireland's got a bigger
what
problem
you guys
with
are
the
saying
immigrants
is the
than we
same
have.
in Ireland. You know,
in the Hull Hotel, they sacked 40 staff.
Yeah,
Some of those staff have children. Now, this is just before Christmas. They put immigration officers in and told the 40 staff to get out. They can't even get benefits before Christmas.
There was one report I saw. It was via, I can't remember what stream. It might have been on YouTube, a link to local website. Woman there, she worked there at this hotel, one of the hotels. down on the Kent coast. She'd worked there for something like 20 odd years. And she used to go in the morning, change all the beddings, and then serve lunch at lunchtime, go and have a couple of hours off, come back in the afternoon, greet the guests, make sure they're comfortable, serve meals in the evening, work the bar till late at night, you know, whatever, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, every time they shut the hotel bar. Then she'll go home, get a few hours sleep, get up early. And she'd done this for years and years and years and years. But this hotelier decided, yeah, this is easy money for me. I'm going to take it on. And she said there was like something like only about, it was a small hotel, only had about 17 staff. They went into work the next morning. Bye, see ya.
Yep. And the same in the Tintagel Hotel, which is in Cornwall. That's 8th century panelling all over the building. It's a beautiful place on top of the cliff. The owner did a YouTube video. He said, under no circumstances are you going to tell me to sack my staff and fill this hotel with migrants. This place is a Heritage Trust building, and I'm not allowing these people to come in and wreck it. No, absolutely not. Sorry,
That's what they will do. They will wreck it.
Go on, Aaron.
Look up in Torquay. If you look on, I think it's Active Patriot. I think Pat probably knows Active Patriot.
Yeah.
Yeah, up in Torquay. The residents of Torquay are up in arms. They had a big council meeting, didn't they? And the council were just saying, well, that's it. That's what's happening. And they're going, well, no, it's just depriving the local area. And there was actually a feed on today. I can't remember what channel it was. It was early this morning when I got up. I caught it on YouTube, and there was a guy walking around Blackpool just doing a film. I don't know what you call it. Auditing. Maybe not auditing or whatever. He was just walking around. And there was a guy sleeping on the concrete in a sleeping bag, freezing cold last night on the seafront. I don't know whether he's ex-services or not. I don't know. But he was sleeping rough. And he was a British guy. He's English. And he said, and they looked round and they said, all the hotels on Blackpool seafront, you can't get a summer booking there now because it's full of our foreign visitors.
Yeah.
Can I
just go on, Aaron. Go on, mate.
Couple of things.
Sorry, Aaron.
Again, I won't take up too much time because I've been rabbiting all night. A couple of things.
You haven't.
I think with the immigration thing, me personally, what my concern is as a citizen and as as somebody who lives here, works, pays taxes, etc., we're allowing people in to escape whatever hardship they've got, the atrocities that are going on in their own country and stuff like that. You know, some of them are war-torn, some of them are subject to persecutions. For example, gypsies in Romania are persecuted in ridiculous numbers and stuff like that. And we're allowing people in because we're a tolerant and accepting society, which is fine. But I think where the problem goes is, I can't remember who said it earlier on, but the people that are coming in through the wrong channels and are going unregistered, we need to be, before we can allow people in, we need to be prepared to almost not infringe on them, but to make extreme measures so that we can not trace and track them, because they're not pigeons out of a bird place, whatever they're called.
But we need to take precautions.
We need to monitor them, because if you get someone with the wrong kind of mentality, they might come here and think, they might have been a criminal in their own country. They might have been, a drug dealer, a sex offender, any kind of degenerate, and they could come here and do the same thing, and they're going under the radar. And I think that's where the concern is super prisons, is right. And it shouldn't be only us that if we're committing crimes as citizens that are here, we should be the only ones that are ending up in there. It should be the people that are coming here committing crimes that are also going unnoticed, if that makes sense. But I do think, I think, because obviously round where I am in Merseyside as well, there's a hotel not far away. It's by a nice little a nice dam, like a reservoir type thing, and you can't get a booking there because it's being used to house as we call them.
They're taken everywhere they can.
Yeah, I think there comes a limit.
Can I just respond to someone's comment on the stream? It's RJ, who's from Dover, which is I can see Dover from the Isle of Sheppey where I live, and
Sheppey,
RJ, you're right. It is mayhem. It's been mayhem for years. And it's probably even worse now than what it was 20 years ago. And 20 years ago, it was bad enough. So I'd hate to think what Dover's like now, because I haven't been to Dover.
Well, there was I think there was a TV report. Glenn, I think there was a TV report that villages just outside of Kent have now had to get private security in and put up cameras because these people that are legging it are trying to break into people's properties, coming off the boat.
Well, we had that here last month, probably about 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Wow.
There was a boatload come over. They landed on the beaches, sort of down Dymchurch way, run off into the community. Well, it was back in the summer, obviously hot summer, so people have got the doors open. And one of them burst into this woman's house, demanded her mobile phone, demanded money, and demanded her car keys because he said, "I need to get to Manchester."
Yeah, exactly.
And like she was like, "Shut up!" So she dialed 999, and the police said, "Oh, well, it's not really urgent, is it? We just let them do what they want to do, basically."
Crazy.
The problem. This is the problem. What I'm talking about. I don't know. So I will let someone go on. I just want to say, I don't know whether people see, like, you know, like if you've ever seen Godfather 2, when it goes back to when he was a kid and he's going through Ellis Island and he goes to quarantine. I think there should be some process in place where these people can be told, if you come to England, you spend 14 days or whatever it is in an establishment, a secure, enclosed environment. Like Dover Borstal is now an immigration removal centre. I'm not saying they should be that strictly locked down, but they should be given 14 days where they can be documented. We can get their information. We can find out if they've got any familial links. We can find out if they've got any health problems, you know, any viruses that might be an outbreak, like there's diphtheria going around at the moment. You know,
not only that, mate, but are they actually legitimate refugees?
This is what I'm saying.
Lots of them are not.
This is what I'm saying.
When we left the EU, one of the problems that we had is we no longer had access to the database that the EU use, okay, at the borders. Right, that was when it was the EU. They had a link. They had a link to other databases in the EU where they could check people when they came into the country. Okay, when we left the EU, that got scrapped. We don't have that anymore.
Yeah, but then
so people are coming into the country, and we're unable to find out any of their history. Okay, without an awful lot of work. So that's one of the problems that we have. But you're right, Aaron. I think that when people, this is what I say, people need to be processed properly. If that means they've got to be somewhere for a week, 3 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever, then so be it. They need to be checked out. They need to be identified first of all. If you've got no passport, we can't identify you. Then what we're supposed to do? We'll have to, fuck off where you come from. And I know people say you can't do that because of human rights. But if that's the point, then sorry, but if that's the point, if you come here and you've chucked your passport over the side of the boat so you can't get sent back, then you get put in a prison.
What's the biggest problem they're facing at the moment with single men that we're facing at the moment coming over on the boat?
The biggest problem.
What's the biggest problem?
Biggest problem with them is the other 12 that are going to come once they get given their right to stay here.
No. The biggest problem we got at the moment, and it's been becoming more and more relevant, they're claiming to be under the age of 18.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah,
even though they got a full fucking beard and it's grey, they've even had children in the middle school ask their teacher why there's a man sat in the classroom.
This is what I'm saying. This is part of what I'm saying. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's a cold world out there, and I say cold as in it's heartless and it's remorseful and and it's evil. It's evil-minded. That's how the world is now. But
we do have a system in place, Aaron.
But what we need to do is we need to make sure that system is foolproof. I mean, look at the United States. You can't go to America with a criminal record. Certain people from America can't come over here with a criminal record. Dog the Bounty Hunter, for example, can't get.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean.
I
understand what you said, Pap, about we lost the rights to the EU database when they were in Europe. But what if they're coming from outside the EU? What if they're not actually from the EU in the first place, and then they're coming through Europe, and then they're coming into? You see what I mean?
Can I say?
Let me just, sorry, Angela. Let me just explain that. When they land in Europe, what do you think they do? They are fingerprinted. They are fingerprinted. They have their photographs taken, and they check the details. They do that. They've got the records in the EU about these people, but they're not sharing it.
But they can't track every single person. It's impossible.
As soon as they go into the camps, they're fingerprinted. They got all the stuff there. It's been shown on national TV. When
Sorry, guys. Could I make 2 points just before I go, because I have to go. It's getting a bit late for me. No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good discussion, important discussion. 1 point though, we're talking really about the symptoms and how to deal with the symptoms rather than the cure, right? Because none of this is going to cure anything, right? Yeah. So the cure would be looking at the source of the problem, and that is these countries who are committing these atrocities and human rights violations and whatnot, and persecution, right? So would it not be better for everybody to deal with these countries in that way? Put pressure on them to stop the making refugees.
They've been talking to the Albanian government to say, why are you sending all these men across? Why are they coming across?
Right.
Yeah, but
I'm sorry. My second point before I go. Sorry, but just I want to say something to Pap before I go. So, thanks, guys, for your patience. Pap, I saw you had a few technical issues at the start there with your video. Listen, mate. Talk to Mellows. Seriously, we're in a little group. We have all this stitched up. We know exactly how to work it all. Talk to Mellows. We can do all that stuff for you. We can make it run very smoothly for you. You know what I mean?
I'll write it down, but there's a chance I'll forget. But I will write it down.
We're more than willing. I mean, Mellows is a gold mine of things, of resources for you. He can do a website for you. He can do a Jitsi for you. You won't have to pay for StreamYards anymore. And you know what I mean? We're not asking for anything back on it. You know what I mean? But we just want to support you, and we love what you do. And you're welcome to come over to us anytime you like.
More xenophobic. What the fuck is xenophobia?
All right, guys. Listen, lovely to meet you all. Great discussion. Keep it up. The only way is to talk this out. All right, guys.
Thanks for talking. Nice to talk.
Sorry?
Enjoyed talking.
You need to send me a link so I can find you.
I've enjoyed speaking.
Oh yeah, just Futoy on YouTube.
Just Futoy. Okay.
Yeah, there's an email or whatever if you want to contact me.
Right, guys.
I'm around. See you.
See you. Thank you.
Can I just say one thing about immigration?
Hold on. 10 more minutes, and I need to call it after that. I've got Gare Chase sitting in the background here as well, which I'm going to bring on now as well. Gare, I'm sorry you've been sitting there for a while, so my apologies. But I'll bring you on. I'll bring you on for the last 10. Tina, sorry, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I'm going to go. I'm going to take your lunch to everybody. Thanks for the conversation tonight. So it's been great. So I'll catch everybody soon.
Yeah.
All right.
Good night, everyone. Good night.
Good night. Right. Gare, how you doing? Sorry about the wait.
No, it's no problem at all. But what the specific problem is your government is actually lying to you, aren't they? Right? They absolutely contributing to a lot of problems that the public are going through. You did a simple case of right in the whoever mentioned up in Blackpool, Glyn, was it? Glyn in Blackpool? There's 6 hotels in Blackpool now, right? You can go all the way down the seafront, and they're all occupied by illegal immigrants, right? And they've been paid for that. The only trouble is, one of the hotels, which was contracted to the local council for people that was homeless and didn't have nowhere to go or in temporary accommodation, they kicked them out for the immigrants to go in.
Yeah.
Is that your blood pressure going up, Roger? That beeping?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I've got an appointment in the morning early. I've got to go in and they're going to leach another pint of blood out of me.
Right.
Have you got that with the iron problem?
Eh?
Nothing.
What was that, Angela?
Sorry, ignore me.
Have you got that? Have you got that problem with the iron? No, he's got a missus. She does that for him.
No, do you know, like if you have to have like blood removed, do you know, like or not?
Yeah, I've got to have a pint a week for the next 4 weeks to start with,
Bloody
and that will
hell.
probably continue.
Oh, bless you.
Right, I just want to address something in the back chat here. I said about, you know, if you know, let's put it this way. This is Crinkle. He's going a concentration camp. Am I hearing this correctly? This is getting more xenophobic by the second. This is disgraceful. Now, xenophobic means obviously you've got a dislike towards people from another country. I haven't got a dislike towards people from other countries. I don't care where you're from. What I've got a dislike about is people that are coming here illegally and breaking the law in doing so, and then being paid for it and put up in a plush hotel. That's what my issue is, right? Now, if I said about maybe locking people up if they've got no passport, okay? Now, what do the police do to us, citizens of this country, if we refuse to identify ourselves?
They're not failing to provide, even though there is no lawful requirement for you to provide your details unless you're being paid for it.
But what do they do? They'll arrest you and they'll put you in fucking police cell for a while. Okay, so what is that? So that's doing exactly the same thing. They hold us until we tell them our details or until they can identify who we are. That's exactly the same as when people come into the country. Only difference is people coming into the country illegally are breaking the law, whereas we might not have broken the police arrest us anyway.
But this, Dan, this is the thing, right? I'm looking at these comments that Mr. Crinkle in the background is putting up, right? And I'll be quite honest, it's not worth fucking wasting my breath over, right? But he's like what I was saying before about, you know, people coming into this country, they're breaking the law coming into this country, but they're desperate, right? People break the law when they're desperate. You know, a mother with 4 kids who can't feed her kids on the benefits she gets might go out and steal, I don't know, fucking 4 sandwiches to feed the kids. You can understand that. You empathize.
Yeah.
You've got human nature. You go, I understand where you're coming from. You kind of put yourself in that situation. You know, if we were in the environment that these people are coming from, we would want to escape it. If it is bad as it is portrayed to be as. We could get involved as a government, and we could go to Albania and start saying, right, you need to do this and you need to do that, and we'd be called racist. We can't say nothing about being Islamophobic or xenophobic or homophobic or transphobic or this phobic or that phobic. But it's all bullshit because we can't help the people who don't engage with us. They want to do it all under their own secretly. You know what I mean?
People forget though, when we left with Brexit, when we left, we got freedom of movement, So therefore, people within the EU community, that were allowed to come over here legally from Albania, they're part of the EU, right? So they were allowed to come here legally before, and now they are not allowed to. So these people that are now coming over that are people classed illegal, and do you not think though that words matter? So calling like a certain group of people illegal denies them their like humanity, and this is just the thing that I'm reading now, right? And there is no such thing as an illegal person. Illegality is a form of status has been deliberately designed to undocumented migrants to justify a category of people who are undeserving of rights. And you know what? You've got to think that these people are just classed as undocumented migrants.
I understand what you're
saying, that's it. Like seriously. And you know what? That Cruella de Vil, or whatever her name is recently.
Cruella Braverman.
Sorry?
Cruella Braverman.
Yeah, that's the one. That's not Cruella. Sorry, I knew it was something like that. But yeah, it was the other day, I can't remember what it was on, but yeah, she struggled to explain how a teenage orphan fleeing persecution could legally arrive in the UK to claim asylum. Braidman was forced to defer to senior officials from the department when questioned by MPs on the matter at Home Affairs Select Committee hearing on Wednesday morning. The awkward exchange arose while another Conservative MP and former minister quizzed the Home Secretary over the government plans to deal with illegal migration in the process of asylum claims. He asked Braidman to outline a safe legal route for come to the UK, United Kingdom, for the hypothetical example of a 16-year-old orphan from Africa who was escaping a war zone and facing religious prosecution, who had already had a sibling living legally in the UK. She wasn't able to give a direct answer on the scenario.
Listen,
yeah, so it's like we have an asylum system and people can put in applications for asylum. Home Secretary, when asked to give details of the process, she replied, through the safe legal routes that we have, but was unable to specify what these may be. Instead, she pointed out the previous scheme that the UK has offered 390 whatever people seeking safety from various countries around the world. And you know what? I think when people forget about these situations, where these people are coming from, how would an orphan whose only sibling is in the UK in Africa legally be allowed to claim asylum unless they're coming from these illegal routes?
There is no system.
But this is a government's issue, isn't it? That's the government's issue. They're the ones that are fucking up. And this is the whole thing. It's all to do with the government, isn't it? It's not, we can't change any of that. If the government don't know what they're doing, then that's on them, right? So they should be dealing with this properly. They should be putting into place routes for people to come in. And there are routes for people to come in. Okay, maybe not in the situation that you're
saying. That's 16.
Right.
Dan, it's not from Africa. It's not from Africa.
Was like,
Africa is not involved.
Coming through.
That's why she couldn't explain.
But do you not
think that's my point, though? But these are the ones that. But the ones that are coming, everyone's saying it's the Albanians, and it's not. That minister that came out with the Albanian thing had to go back on what was said because it was they just used it as a terminology. The fact that most of the illegal immigrants per se are coming from out of the European Union area, and like you say, they're coming through all these different countries, but if they've got people in this country that might be the only person they've got in the world and they're wanting to get here, how else would you get there? Imagine being that 16-year-old orphan in Africa and you're going to do whatever it takes, aren't you? Do you know what I mean?
But a 16-year-old orphan's not going to be able to make it all the way across the continent to get onto a dinghy to go across the sea or whatever and land on our shore.
That's where people trafficking comes from.
I thought the rules of asylum.
Where are they going to find the money? Where would
they can't afford a few £100 for a plane ticket, but they can afford £3-4 grand for a dinghy.
Yeah, thousands. That's what I mean. Thousands of pounds for a trafficker. This is why it's such fucking hot topic at the moment. Trafficking. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. If I wasn't doing my PAP channel, I'd get in on it.
And people trafficking just isn't about money, Dan, is it? There's also about a lot of other things go on with people trafficking.
Yeah, but that's why would
sex stuff's involved.
Well, Dan, it's actually Tory MP that brought it up.
Sorry, Geg. Go on.
Pardon?
It was actually Tory MP that brought it up in the ethics committee, right? Right? In the ethics committee, he brought this scenario up, right? And it was just a total scenario, right? And he said, what is the safest route I can apply for? She said, if you can reach England, right, you will be processed, right? And there is no safeguards for anything because they can't apply for it. They cannot get it, right? So he said, well, I'll be entering England, right, illegally. Yes, you will, but once you reach England, right, you can be processed.
No, but she
he
said,
said, how do I do
she
that?
said, no.
Didn't have no answer.
No, she said through the safe legal routes that we have. Yeah, but
Yeah,
she was
she said,
unable to specify what these may be. Instead, she pointed out previous schemes where the UK has offered 390,000 places to people seeking safety from various countries around the world. But he pressed again, highlighting options that would be available if the author was from Syria, Afghanistan, or Ukraine.
Well, here's one for you.
And asked her to explain what similar options would be available to a person.
She had the balls, right? She had the balls because she didn't know the answer to try and put it onto an advisor.
Yeah, when I read international law, which has been written for, I think, it's been written for quite a few years. I mean, we're not talking like, we're not talking like 10 years ago, 20 years ago. It's been written for law. As far as I've read it into it, if you come from an oppressed country and you travel from an oppressed country, you have got to claim asylum in the first country that is not an oppressive country to you.
Good night, Robert.
Glenn. Do you know something? Do you know something, Glenn? The first country, all these
don't look white, mate. Oh wow.
Anybody that wants to seek asylum, right? Your asylum starts in the first safe country you meet.
Yeah.
And
if you're coming from Eastern Europe, the first country you're going to come through is going to be Germany.
So if you hit Germany first, you claim asylum. Not carry on.
Germany take more than us.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's international law. The international law of asylum states that if you come from the
European law. It was European law. We're no longer part of the European.
Claim asylum in the first democratic country that is not going to oppress you that you landed. And if you're coming from Eastern Europe, like Bulgaria, Romania, wherever that, you
may be a little bit.
You're going to be in Germany.
It's the first pricking. I beg of you, please. He's getting proper offensive on that fucking chat.
It's
what's that?
Aaron?
No, that Crinkle. Sorry to interrupt you. That Crinkle's just said to me on chat. He's just said to me, "Are you anti-freedom speech?" I said no. I said I'm anti-Crinkle, and then he said to me,
"You don't carry on and go to
No, he said to me. Then he said to me, "I don't look."
One second, sorry.
Crinkle, you're out of order, man.
He's talking shit.
You're out of order, Crinkle. Completely out of order.
Because I said I'm anti-Crinkle, trying to basically say that I'm not British, but I'm trying to explain to him because he said to me I don't look white. I'm trying to explain to him that my family is Irish, Italian, Romani Gypsies, but I was born and bred here. But he's saying to me, "So you're Italian?" Then, well, no, I've got a British birth certificate, you prick. So, but I'm not an immigrant, Crinkle, because at the end of the day, I was born here. So
that's it. You're born and bred here. You're British.
Exactly. Well, listen, my mum was born here. My nan was born here. My grandfather was born in Ireland. My father was born in Ireland, Crinkle. So if you listen, give me your address and I'll come and punch you in the fucking mouth, mate. Because I swear to God, you're doing my head in. You like
Aaron, Aaron, don't do that. You'll end up back in the bloody clip.
I don't give a fuck, mate. I fucking hate people. He's sucking off the arse of all these fucking immigrants. I'm not being funny, but he's sucking the arse of all these immigrants. He's trying to get fucking funny about it.
Aaron.
Right.
Oh, mate, he's a proper wrong un. Can you kick him out of the waiting room?
Aaron, not on,
he's doing my head in, mate. I'm jumping the phone and bash his mouth in.
Aaron.
All right, well, go on, Gav.
He must have come on a boat. What a nonce, mate. What a nonce.
So Crinkle's getting out. See, that's the thing. See, once you stand up with Crinkle, we don't like it.
Yeah, he's a racist, mate. He's going on about
like you must have come on a boat.
I'm on the fence, mate. Do you know what I mean? Ireland is surrounded by water. You wouldn't say you fucking Dinlow's mother's cunt, mate. Go climb back in your mother's cunt, you little fucking nonce. Fucking little cunt, mate.
Get back in the test.
If I ever catch you, Crinkle, mate, I'm gonna open you up like a tin of fucking beans, mate. Watch, you fucking little nonce.
Aaron, calm. We don't
know, mate.
Aaron, no threats on the channel, Aaron.
I'm not anti-immigration anything. Right. I'm not anti-immigration anything.
Can I speak to you, please?
Sorry, go on, mate. Sorry, I apologise. Sorry.
Here's one for you, Gay. You'll like this.
You've got relatives in Ireland, haven't you? I lived in Ireland for a very long time.
Another one that doesn't listen.
Right? I lived in Ireland for a very long time. And the gypsies are very wealthy families.
Oh yeah.
Right, very wealthy families. Right,
Yeah.
and actually in Southern Ireland, they actually get a grant. Right, when their caravan is obsolete, they get a grant from the Southern Irish government to replace their caravans. Right, I don't think it's a wrong thing. I think it's a good thing. Right, but the only trouble is the gypsies are very wealthy people in the country of Ireland. Right, they actually buy housing estates, bar the gate. Right, they put gates on them in front of the entrance, and
Yeah,
buy the property of the children. Right, and there's whole housing estates all over Ireland bought by gypsy families. Right.
There is some truth to that, yeah, but there's
Yeah, there
also a
is.
lot of
Yeah,
poverty amongst travellers in Ireland.
very much so, because I've seen it myself.
There's a lot of poverty amongst travellers in Ireland. What's his name?
Yeah,
John
yeah,
Connors.
maybe,
He
but
did a protest about
they
it.
can still get a grant if their caravan is so many years old. They can still get a grant of the government and to actually replace their caravan, and that's in Southern Ireland, as you know yourself. Right? In Northern Ireland, this is a different matter, right? In Southern Ireland, that's what they get. And do you know, as an occupant of Southern Ireland, you get paid. You actually get paid, right, to go to college. Go to college. They pay you a grant. You don't pay them. You don't have student loans. They pay you.
Please be careful what you say. No, I'm not going to be careful what I say when you be a racist and that. Sorry, go on. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself here. Sorry, I apologize.
I got no things about travellers. I got nothing against travellers.
No, the comments.
A lot of traveller families in Ireland are very, very wealthy.
Yeah. I've got travellers down here where I live, and they're bloody helpful. You need something done, and they're like, yeah, no problem, we'll do this and so on. How much do I owe you? Nothing. As well, give you something.
I just call them people, you know. I know it might be a bit random. I just call them people. I don't know.
The thing is, there's good and bad amongst all travellers, and every people in general. You'll get a lot.
You're right, Aaron. Yeah, there's good and bad in every community. You're going to get good. You're going to get bad. You're going to get mediocre. You're going to get really good people around you, and then you're going to get one fucking arsehole who fucks it up.
Someone's going to get themselves opened up, mate. I'm telling you. Coming up with words like Diddy Coy, shouldn't be using words.
Honestly, Aaron, I'm not having to go there. I'm not having to go what your beliefs are or whatever.
Back me.
But the thing about it is, if you really lived when you really lived, and I've lived there for several years, well, nearly a decade, right? When I lived in Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland, I could see how wealthy the travellers were, right?
Yeah.
I've been to funerals, travellers' funerals.
Oh, they're amazing, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They last days.
Yeah.
Right? And it's not thousands of pounds, it's tens of thousands of pounds.
Oh, they spend a fortune on the funerals, all drawn carts with a black carriage and
right. And it's just a different life. And I don't know, honestly, I'm not. But the wealth is within the community. Right? And there's other people, and I've met over here in the UK, right? And you go, Irish travellers coming over here, working damn hard, I mean damn hard, right? So I haven't got a qualm about anything of it, nothing at all, because they come over here, they'll stay over here for 8 months of the year, and they'll go back up. And I haven't got no problem with that.
Can I just say one more thing on this gypsy subject, right? It's getting me hot under the collar. First of all, Pap, I apologise for anything that I've said that might get your channel in trouble. I apologise for that. But one thing I will say to everyone in the comments as well, be careful the things you're saying, because if you don't know what it is you're saying, it will get you in trouble. And I'm not a fool. Don't take me for a fool. Please don't take me for a fool, because I'm not. Trust me. And the next person to use offensive words, I've not been racist. I've not been offensive to anybody. I've said my opinions. And before anyone says about me being against immigrants and all the rest of it, I think they should be allowed to come here if they come here through the right channels and they're documented when they get here, so they're not running around raping, thieving, and killing and getting away with it. Like everyone else also
Aaron, don't worry about it. A lot worse was said at the beginning of the stream on it.
Please, just remember one thing, everybody. Please just remember one thing. Racism against gypsies and travellers is the last form of legal racism, the one form of legal racism that is turned eyes against every single time. Pubs and clubs all over the country are banning travellers in numbers, which they wouldn't do to black people, they wouldn't do to Asians. So if you want to say something, anyone's welcome to jump on and talk to me about it. But listen,
have I said anything offensive?
No, it's in the comments. Pap, if you go through the comments, mate, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, fair enough. But what I'm trying to say to you, there is a very big void of wealthy travellers and poor travellers, right?
I'm a very by the way, so don't throw race at me. What a fucking
There's wealthy and poor people everywhere. No.
Right. Tell us something now. Hats off to the people that come across from Ireland, work eight months of the year over in the UK, and then go back right for their family. Hats off to them. I know many of them. Many of them.
Them to me are smart.
You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be offensive.
No. Yeah, listen, you've not said anything offensive. No one on the panel has said anything offensive. There's comments being made in the comments, in the actual comments bit that are I'm being accused of being a racist and a hypocrite and all this and all the other, and I'm being accused of being an immigrant because
you're sticking.
Aaron, that's in the private chat, mate.
No, I understand that. That's why I'm getting irate, because I'm also being accused of having said some bad stuff about Romanians, which I haven't said anything bad about Romanians.
It's just crinkle, mate.
You know what I mean? It's not just crinkle, mate. If you go through the comments, you'll see it's not just crinkle. I swear to God, I'll take over.
Right.
But listen, look,
Aaron, let me apologise for that. Let me apologise for people that have said something to you in the comments. I've not seen it. No. I'm just saying I've not seen it. It's very difficult for me to.
No, I understand, mate. I understand.
It's in the private chat, Dan.
No, I know there's stuff in the private. I know there's been stuff in the private chat, but I have banned two of Crinkle's. I actually banned it now. I banned one account after that last lot, where we were saying to you about.
Actually, I just read them.
About being an anti-immigration immigrant. After that, I booted him. I banned him. Then he came back in with a second account, and I've banned that one as well. So the chances are he's probably in the comments trying to stir shit up because he can't do it in here. So, guys, I need to call it a day. I've hit a wall.
A lot of bad people in these comments, bad people.
I'll apologise for.
No, Danny, it's all right. Listen, I apologise to you that I've got irate and that I'm just a very passionate person. But there's a lot of people on here that have a lot of mixed feelings. They don't listen to what I've said. They probably think I'm spouting nonsense. But if someone was being racist, they'd want to punch someone.
You're talking how you feel, mate. That's how you got to talk these days. You got to talk how you feel. I mean, a lot of people.
Can I just point out? I've just noticed Lost Soul saying that the only thing that was said in that was about the only thing she saw aimed at you, except for telling you not to threaten people on Dan's channel. I do actually believe at the beginning of the channel, Nathan had a bit of a rant, didn't he, about Crinkle and said he was going to do this, that, and the other. So I do think you can't have double standards there, personally. But just saying my point, just saying. And
Do you know what? It's not even that,
That's
right?
it.
I don't want to go down. I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry, but it's people making comments like, "Do you like dogs?"
Emma.
Things like that.
I'll speak to everyone later. Take care. You need to get sleep.
I'm not a little child. If someone wants to tell me not to say something, that's perfectly fine. I shouldn't have threatened anybody. Fair enough. But at the same time, if people are going to say things that they can't explanate after and give an explanation to, then do you know what I mean? And if it was anybody else getting irate about something, if I'd said something to offend someone and they reacted, then that's fair enough. But again, Dan, I'm sorry for if I've said anything on your channel, offended anybody. Apologies to everyone. But anyone who's offended and said something directly back to me in response, all your little jokes because you've been watching Snatch too much. And I'm going to say this again, Dan, I apologise. You've been watching Snatch too much, so go back to sleep, get in your mother's cunt and go lay down and go to sleep. Because if I catch you, I swear to God, we're going to have a conversation about it. Yeah, I swear to God, stop watching Snatch because it's not fucking funny. All
Aaron,
that shit about liking dogs is not fucking funny.
You're doing exactly what they want, mate. You're giving a rise to them. Just
and
ignore
what's been said, Aaron, must have gone over my head. I haven't watched Snatch, so if there's if something's been said that's gone over my head, I'll apologise for that. Look, most people know how I run, how I am with the channel. I allow people to say what they want to say. It might upset people when I say what they want to say, but within reason, obviously within the law. Okay, if it's a direct threat, if it's anything that breaks the law, if it's something that breaks the law, then I don't want it. Anything else, if somebody wants to call you a cunt, then that's their opinion of you. If you want to tell them that you think they're a prick for calling you a cunt, then so be it. My issue comes when it becomes targeted and it's a constant back and forth between 2 or 3 people. That then becomes targeted harassment as far as I'm concerned, and that upsets the flow of things. But I talk about shit on this channel, and I sometimes call people out, not that often, but I sometimes call people out and I'll call them a cunt and whatnot. And the same as people call me names in the comments, and I'll laugh at them over it. But if it gets to a point where it crosses the boundary between free speech and what could potentially have the channel shut down or somebody could get arrested for, then then if I notice it, then I'll say something about it. So if I've missed that tonight, I'll apologise. If I've missed anything where it's gone beyond that, I'll apologise now.
It hasn't.
Can I ask, is there a way?
It's an open forum, and everyone's voiced their opinions.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, carry on, Aaron. Sorry.
If I pull these names out with these comments, can me and you do something about them directly, like block them or something? Because there's some things in it, like being a gypsy isn't a race, it's an ideology. Like, come on, it's fucking nonsense now. Do you know what I mean? This is getting.
I'll tell you what. If you can, I know it's a pain in the arse, but if you can get me the name of the account that said it and the timestamp, if possible. I know that's a pain in the arse, but it'll be impossible for me to find otherwise.
Yeah,
and then I can go through. I can go through the chat and have a look and see what we can do about it.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of people on here who have misunderstood a lot of what I've said. And again, apologies for obviously getting irate on your channel and that. And if anyone's offended, snowflakes, apologies again. But if people out there listen to what I've said, I'm not a racist. I'm not a fucking immigrant basher. I'm not anything like that. I just say what it is. If you don't like it, it's your problem. Do you know what I mean?
Aaron, you're always going to get it. It doesn't matter what.
No, I understand that, but I'm just
you speak, what you say. There's always going to be somebody out there who's going to put you down for what you say, what you think.
100%. And again, there's always people out there. If you don't agree with them, then you know what I mean. They're going to call you whatever they want to call you.
Like I've always said in my life, Aaron, is if you don't like what I say, and you've got no comment or reasonable comment what I say, fuck off.
I can't tell people to do that because I'm on Dan's channel. So
just as an example, okay. Now, obviously, Aaron is pissed off. Okay, right. Rightly so from Aaron's point of view. Aaron's pissed off, and hang on. So Aaron's pissed off, and people watching this know. Okay, they can tell that you're pissed off about something. Okay, something's upset you. So when somebody puts a message like, do you like dags? Right? That is being done purposely to try and get reaction out of you, okay, when you're already pissed off. So that, who said that has been timed out for that, okay, because there's no need for that. That is just fueling more fucking arguments and upset on the channel, okay. So that person's been timed out. Fair play to, I think it was Holly that timed him out or them out. Under normal circumstances, I'd probably let that comment go. In all fairness, do you like dags, right? Because as far as I'm concerned, that's, to me, that's, you know, maybe I'm wrong, but that's not necessarily a you know, like a
offensive.
Thinking of it, yeah, not necessarily an offensive thing from my perspective. It might be from yours, and if it is, then I apologise. But for me, I wouldn't see that as being necessarily offensive. If they'd have turned around and went, "Oh, you fucking pikey cunt," for example, that would be offensive, and they'd be dealt with appropriately. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So if it's blatantly offensive and discriminatory or threatening, then they'll get dealt with. Generally by Holly, because she's pretty quick on the draw, Holly. But a comment like that, normally I'd probably let that go. But because I know that you're already irate over what's been said, and Holly as well, she knows that you're irate over what's been said already, and then somebody tries to be funny by putting that in order to piss you off some more, then that get dealt with as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so I want to give people the opportunity to have
on traveling people. Like, listen. I'm not gonna keep you too long, Dan, because I know you want to get off and I want to get off as well. So, but one thing I will say about people in the comments is catch yourself on. And as for Sasha, don't look for stereotypes in people, because it don't always come in the form that you're gonna find it in. So, you know. But if I've said anything, again, Dan, if I've said anything to offend anybody on your channel, I apologise, mate. I don't want you getting any backlash or anything. And, yeah, like I say, is what it is, isn't it, mate? Do you know what I mean? But you've all got a valid point. They can see I'm irate about it, and they're just doing it all the more. So, to be fair, it just makes me the smaller person.
You will, Aaron. You'll find that, Aaron.
Letting them get to me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
well, you'll find that, Aaron.
This is the thing about the internet, right? People see a weakness, or not a weakness, but see somebody getting irate or upset, and some people will jump on that purposely to try and fucking poke the bear some more. So no issues with regards to you being upset. You got a legitimate reason for being upset, and otherwise I'd have told you to fuck off and kicked you off yourself. I think you got a legitimate reason for being upset, for being abused in the back there by Crinkle. So obviously,
no, it's not just Crinkle much. Honestly, it's a couple of people on there. There's a few people just saying things that are just downright ignorant, and there's people in the comments saying things to me about things that I've said, and then there's people that aren't calling other people out on the comments that they're making. So I just find it a bit comical, really, because you know what I mean.
Let me put it this way: if you're ever on, Aaron, and there's something that's said, it might go over my head. I'll be a bit ignorant sometimes on some things. I might not understand words that somebody might use that might be a racial slur, for example. So if you see something like that and you're on here, point it out and let me know.
To be honest, I think after tonight's events, I'm gonna take a little. I'm probably gonna take a little breather off all this stuff. Do you know what I mean? Because it's just gets quite hot and passionate, doesn't it? We're all very passionate people. That's why
we're passionate.
we're all having a debate and stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Aaron, we're all passionate people. We all got our beliefs. We know what we stand for. We know where we are. We know where we are in our lives, and we got the right to express our opinions, express our views. And if people in the chat want to put derogatory comments in, all I can say that is, well, rather than comment in the chat with derogatory comments, come in on the panel, put your
and have a proper conversation.
Yeah, during the war, you're right. I mean, like me, I ain't got nothing. I've got my opinions. If rather than put derogatory comments in the chat and put it down, come on the panel, get your live stream up, and then come face to face and talk to us.
That's the only reason they do it, is to get people to rise.
Yeah, and you're right.
That's all
you're
it is.
Julian.
I ignore them on my channel.
Yeah. And that's what they're doing. They're getting people to rise. Because there's people like us that are actually going to spend the time to go on a live stream and do it and say, yeah, you know, this is me. Well, there's 4 of us on here now. We're all showing our faces. We're all doing our comments. And they will hide behind the internet and put their derogatory comments in. There's probably comments about me in there somewhere. I haven't really read through I'm just catching them, but most of the time I'm focused on the screen. And come in. If you've got something to say, come in on a live stream, say it. It's simple, isn't it? I mean,
right.
It's
well, guys,
isn't it?
like as I say, look, if anybody, listen, this goes to anybody that's watching. If there's something that's said in the comments that is racial, okay? Because I don't want racial on it. If somebody wants to call somebody a cunt, then call them a cunt. But there's no need to bring race and where you come from and stuff like that into it. There's no need for that at all. Okay, we don't need to do that. Okay, this is all construct from the government to keep us fighting against each other, and we are fighting against each other, and we shouldn't be. So if you want to call somebody a twat or a cunt or a fucking knob, then do it. But the rest of it, let's fucking leave it out. But if people see something like that, okay, and it goes over my head, or somebody or the moderator hasn't seen it, point it out to us so that we can deal with it, okay? Because we do miss things sometimes, and we don't do it on purpose, okay? But we do miss things sometimes. We don't want people coming on here and falling out. This not what this is about. This live chat started fucking a year and 2 years ago. And and initially it was fucking great. The bigger the channel's got, the more people we get on that want to cause problems, and unfortunately that's part and parcel of being on YouTube. But we don't want that. As much as we can, we'll try and eliminate that. But we won't be able to do all of it. We won't be able to eliminate it all. So if anybody says anything that is particularly racist or anything like that, then point it out, let us know, and one of the moderators will deal with it. Just tag one of the moderators, and they will deal with it. So other than that, I'm gonna have to say that it's 40 minutes past my bedtime.
Yeah, me too.
But I want to thank you guys on the panel. I want to thank everybody that's on the panel. For those people that haven't made it on the panel, my apologies for those who haven't been able to make it on.
A real gypsy traveller. Gypsy traveller makes no fucking difference. It's just a fucking terminology the government created. Sorry.
Can I just say to
another
Aaron,
comment, ignorant,
Aaron,
dumb fucking prick. Sorry.
Aaron,
go on.
If you want to see what the normal people are like on this channel, get a membership and come on the members only live.
Yeah, I will do.
Every month.
First Sunday of every month.
First Sunday of every month, yeah.
Yeah, we have a members live.
Yeah, go on. I'll do that because I think I could probably debate with you lot, better than I can debate with people in it. Some people in here just again.
There's a lot less people on the members live. A lot less people on the members live.
People.
But we do have a pretty good time on the members live. To be honest, we have a laugh, and it's pretty mellow. So with that said, guys, there's one thing I'm going to do before I go, and I'm going to see if this works now. So let me know if you can hear this.
You might want to prepare for what's coming.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
You might want to prepare. You sick. Fuck it. I don't use language like this. I don't use language like this. I don't use language like this. And I remember saying to that lady, she was in her late 60s, I said, I heard lasers and stuff. And she was like, how'd you do that? Well, Dan from Police Abuse and Powers has got all these meanings. That channel, that YouTube channel, he's got them. Troll me, ring me from unknown numbers, apparently, which could lead to crisis. And her.
Get a bit psychedelic now.
Am I going to get another cookie now from you today? I will take a walk. And I will see you. Definitely, with that court letter, there's nothing more to oh, she's this. Oh, she's that. She's a nutcase. She's a
The eyes are going there. I'll take my glasses off.
She's a nutcase. She's a nutcase. Yeah. She's a nutcase. She's a nutcase. She's a nutcase. She's a nutcase. Yeah. She's a nutcase. She's a nutcase. She's a nutcase. She's a nutcase. Yeah. She's a nutcase. She's a nutcase. She's a nutcase. Yeah. She's a nutcase. She's a nutcase. I don't take medication. I'm exposing real Luciferian corruption. So if you want to keep in the club with all the boys, yeah, the little boys club, you do that and see what happens. I think Princess Angela's a little bit scared. I'm not preaching the Bible. I'm talking about my faith, and it scares you because you are going out there and you are looking for victims in your little playground. This is why you set up a YouTube channel. You waste police time. You write letters. You waste police time. You're part of the corruption. You are part of the problem. Right now, as I'm speaking, Juliet is nauseous. She's trying to recover from cancer. All right? She's not made up some stroke that she's had or some illness. Now I've got evidence of you falsely offering me help.
Right, there's a little bit left to that, but I'm going to leave it there. I just want to say, Bob, you know nothing, mate. You know absolutely nothing. You come on here going on about me having bullying a vulnerable woman. She's about as vulnerable as a fucking injured hyena. Okay? Trust me, you know nothing about what's going on or what has gone on. So keep your opinions to yourself because they are not based on any fucking information that you have received. It's based on some ridiculous fucking whatever it is you've come up with. It is, you're talking shit, mate. Simple as that. And what was the crinkle video about? What crinkle video? What crinkle video?
Didn't see nothing from Crinkle on here.
You mean the video that I put up of me having a go at Crinkle because he was trying it on with Bryony, yeah, Lost One Woman Vigilante. That was before we knew that she wasn't as vulnerable as she's making out. So if you knew what was going on, if you knew all the stuff that went on in the background as well, then your opinion would be completely different. Trust me, you don't know enough to have an opinion on this matter. So wind your neck in. Anyway, guys, that's it for me. I'm going to do one. If you want to listen to all of that song, that's on DJ Sonic Scotland's channel. It's a track called "Shiz a Nutcase." So by all means, go and check it out.
Yeah,
anyway,
put
with
it
that
on
said,
Facebook as well.
with that said, I'm doing one. So thank you everybody again for joining us. Again, apologies to anybody that has been upset by anything that's been said or done. You know, I don't mean generally, because you know you might not like what we're talking about, and that might have upset you with tough shit, because that's what we're talking about. But if somebody is, if somebody has, sorry, I was going to say, if somebody has tried to attack somebody personally, we don't want that shit on here, okay? In the comments, and I know you might be thinking to yourself, "Oh, but you're attacking Bryony by doing that video." Well, that's slightly different, in my opinion, because of the shit, the absolute abuse and shit that I've been getting. And I'm not sitting here actually slagging her off. I'm just playing somebody's video. So if you don't like that, then again, see you later. Anyway, Glyn, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, brilliant. Cheers, Pat. Thanks for having me on. Really enjoyed
Roger,
it.
no worries, my friend. Roger, thank you.
It's been brilliant.
And you guys in the comments, thank you.
Yeah, everyone in the comments, thank you very much.
I'll see you next time. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, got some videos, got videos already made for tomorrow, because I've got an appointment tomorrow daytime. So I spent this morning making videos for tomorrow, so you don't go without, because I'm nice like that. Right. With that said, catch you all later.
Take care.